Hi, friends. My name's Puesto Enrico. I'm the last day talking to the fucking city people that was. And I just got back from jogging. Jogging? Yeah, I did. I just went jogging. I didn't really even get very sweaty. Basically because I ran out of breath so fast. Read the study arc. No. I'm not going to read that study. What do you want me to hear about it? What about it? Does it contradict anything I've been saying? What's the point you want me to read about it? That it spreads fastly, or that, what? Does it say specifically that? Okay. I hate it when people do that. It's like, make your point, don't tell me to read something. Yeah, well, jogging is quite relaxing. Jogging, well, I wouldn't call it relaxing. It makes me feel better because it sort of clears out some of the bong resin cobwebs for myself and stuff. Oh, we're gonna wait today. We're gonna wait and see what it's like tomorrow. Trying to push ahead and do some crazy ass shit tonight was a bad idea. I'm just gonna wait and see, because the ideal thing is if we do nothing and the flight goes ahead as planned, she's here on the 18th. So what we're going to try to do is basically wait and see what's going on tomorrow. If it looks like we're going to lose the capacity to fly, or if in fact we can't the flight, then we'll deal with this other alternative plan. But for the moment, we're just going to assume the flight's going to go off as planned, and I'm going to get it from Burbank on the 18th. And if things change, we'll adjust then. There's no real urgency to implement a plan right now. The only thing that's providing any urgency is there appears to be a sort of rapid escalation of craziness that's happening, which one could envision potentially resulting in things like closing state lines or whatever. I don't really think that's going to happen, but it might, I suppose. Regardless, it would seem insufficient to justify rushing to take action now, because worst case scenario, I don't think is that big a deal. Disneyland is closed. Also, crazily, Jake Hurwitz, your mom said she's not accepting any more applicants. I know, right? How do we return reason to the mainstream media on this topic? Well, I mean, I'm talking about it, but nobody's really listening to me. Well, then bring them here, attack me. It's like all these people want to attack somebody for being reasonable and saying reasonable things. Oh, good. Jake Hurwitz, your mom's still accepting flow space. I guess she made an exception. Yeah, the Ohio Health Agency or something said they estimate 100,000 people are infected within the state, which is odd. Feels like that isn't accurate. We're going to sleep on it. We're going to wait till tomorrow. I do a brisk walk, but jogging actually makes my chins hurt. I mean, your shins. I think it's smart to not making any rush decisions on the travel situation. Well, the thing is this. Please go for it, email Anthrax. The thing is this. If I ride my bicycle, I get some workout for my legs and stuff, but it doesn't get my cardiovascular going. It doesn't make me breathe hard and have to pant and stuff. I think he's very unfortunate. He's like he's basically saying that you can't have a meaningful position. You can't meaningfully run for president. Or at least he can't, right? The idea of running for president is a joke or something like that. Sounds like the worst menu item at Taco Bell. Vermin Supreme. Yeah, totally it does. I don't, no, he's probably an ENFP. I would guess he's an ENFP because ENFPs have real opinions about things. Understand that you can't just, that being all, it's like, he's not saying anything. That's the point. What's he saying? He's not making a meaningful commentary on politics, nothing insightful or interesting anyway that nobody doesn't obviously know. And so what's his point? Just to sort of mock the political process and say it's fine to make art mocking it and that's doing something, but actually engaging in the political process meaningfully is not. I just don't buy it. It's just sloppy FI tool use nonsense. So I'm still trying to catch my breath again because I went jogging till I was like really panting hard and just like I thought I was going to pass out and desperate to catch more breath. And then I did it again before I came back in. I went jogging again. So I'm hoping to get my breath a little bit more robust in anticipation of Rachel's arrival, because otherwise I get tired too fast when humping. You know, it's like I can only hump for so long before I run out of breath. I just go, I gotta rest. Just wait. Just let me let everything. So, you know, all the smoking does have its consequences. It's not cost free. Thanks, Taylor. I mean, the thing is, it's like that's the problem, Jake. If I were that, it wouldn't get tired so quickly. But I try to go the distance as best I can, you know. Thanks, Taylor. I appreciate it. So anyway, and the thing is, of course, prior to being with Rachel, humping really wasn't that super important to me, but it's really pretty important to me with Rachel because fuck yeah, you know. It's like I'm totally gonna hump that shit with my penis. I do have a lot of teddy bear stuffing. I have a lot of teddy bears in my video. This is called Tweezer Bear. He's a lovable teddy bear that's made like to look like tweezers. Okay, now that I caught my breath, it is time to pull a bong rip. This bong rip is probably going to be extra good because, you know, my lungs are going to be extra ready to process the THC out of it. This is called Torch Bear. Torchy Bear. This is a lovable teddy bear in the form of a torch. No, Rachel. He was joking. It's fine. He actually asked permission to say that shit to me. Yeah. He's fine. Rachel, you sometimes jumps the gun here. I didn't even know you were here, baby cakes. My precious angels. You hear me talking about how I like to hump you and stuff? Well, of course, you might have done that accidentally, too. That sometimes happens. Do words have a strict transcendental meaning, or do you think having definitional flexibility as opposed to consistency is superior? Well, I mean, meanings don't exist in a vacuum, so it's not the case that any word has a strict transcendental meaning. It is the case, though, that for a word like rights, we define it as covering a specific area of ground because we have other words to describe other things. Because rights has a positive connotation, people try to co-opt it for things that aren't rights, for example. In that instance, we want to sort of stick with the definitional limitations of the word because there exist other words that mean those other things, and we should use words properly instead of trying to be deceptive. So I can't really answer the question as you ask it per se, but I would guess the second one is the answer. It depends. Which cognitive function is the least linguistic? FI, SE, either FI or SE or TE. FI, SE, either FI or SE or TE. I think FI is probably the least language based. That would make sense to me. Now I'm going to smoke this bong rip. I don't see Rachel anywhere either. Let me see if she's actually here. I don't know how that happened. I don't see Rachel anywhere either. She didn't say anything about, like, I'm here. She should be asleep right now. And I just messaged her on Google Hangouts. I haven't gotten a reply yet. If she were here, it would seem like she'd reply. So I wonder if, I don't know. TI and NE are the most linguistic in nature, yeah. TI is sort of the deliberative end of linguistics. And NE is the productive. This is tripping me out now. She isn't listed in the chat participants. You can make a list of those? I didn't know you could do that. Pop up chat. She's not replied yet to my Google Hangouts thing. It doesn't make sense that she would have deleted your messages anyway. And she hid you. She didn't just time you out, she hid you. That doesn't make any sense. So this is kind of tripping me out. Well, I think TI means judging other people's language. NE means creating language, more or less. Yeah, meaning she hid you from the channel. It's like the most banny thing you could do. Octavio unhid you, though. I think I just Google Hangouts messaged her, and she didn't reply. If she were awake, she'd reply by now. If she were in the live stream, she'd reply. So she's asleep. I don't know how that happened or why that happened. I don't know what to think of it, but it's trippy. Language as detachment. Look, the calculus part and the language generating part are separate things. So I can generate language with the extroverted intuition that's very similar to an ENFP's extroverted intuition. But when we parse other people's language, it's a very different matter. Obviously, they use an interested calculus. We use an disinterested calculus. I want to know what's going on with the whole Rachel thing. How did that happen? That she hid that one person like that? It's got to be some sort of weird action. She's probably like sleeping on her phone and pushed something by accident. You know, that's my best guess. She was sleeping, listening to whatever on this channel, and it autoplayed to this. Who knows? But that's my best guess. But still, it's tripping me out, regardless of guesses, best or otherwise. Are you lagging like a station wagon? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Is Baltology real or just pseudoscience? Well, I would say Baltology is a way of overweighting one vector of correlation amongst a lot of vectors of which correlation is only one. So it's really like saying, let's fixate on a single subvector because it's links to physical cues and therefore is somehow more empirical. Well, I just misunderstands the nature of how to establish things. You know, there's different kinds of things you're trying to establish and different kinds of ways to establish it. It seems to be good at defining relations between nodes in the system. I think someone's been messing with your channel. That one message with Archangel Cloud and I keep going around in a loop and you scroll down. What do you mean? I don't know. Where are you talking about specifically, Zandy? It's a comment somewhere? Actually, if you aren't able to respond to my words, then you are just weak. Exactly. Thank you, Joey Joe Shabadoo. Anyway, I don't know what you're talking about here as far as I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about there, Zandy. People, the comments section? I can Krishna Summer Pagoo. The comment section of one of the live streams I had in the past? Okay. Well, it could be some sort of mistake or something like that. Too many thoughts to hide title live stream comment section. Thanks, Sandy. I'll check that out and see what's going on there. I mean, I've got a lot of forces of darkness who are attacking me from various directions. It just goes with the territory when you're a paladin, I guess, you know. Let's see in the comments here. 20 replies. There's just a shit ton of replies on that. That's all. Unless you're saying it's in the chat replay and not in the comments. Looks fine to me. 400 views on too many thoughts title. I'm surprised. Ken Krishna Sarma Pagoo is here. Hi, Ken Krishna Sarma Pagoo. TE focuses more on the context of the language it uses and cares more for rules of grammar on an arbitrary basis. It's correct rather than communicability, which is what I've read. That's what I've read. I mean, I think the TE users they tend to think that how many comments is it going on a loop? I don't know. Maybe. Trippy about the Rachel thing. She's obviously asleep and wasn't here, and she just meowed the meow. Is that what you guys see? You just keep scrolling. It ends for me. You see, a lot of people want to use this thing to attack me as they want to use everything to attack me. Like, I'm not buying your lies, but a comment that said, just basically attacked me, but didn't respond to anything I said, of course. What's not useful to the current situation? I'm not using 7-syllable words, am I? I'm trying to get to the point, which is you've got to do an impact calculus. You've got to actually evaluate whether this action we're taking is going to help or not. What's complicated about that? What is actually going to help and how much it's going to hurt? Too Many Thoughts, the title has a lot of views. It has an unusually large number of views. It's the same sort of thing as International Chick Day, Face Rubber Beaver Haven. Face Rubber Beaver Haven is 4 hours and 30 minutes. It should have more views than Too Many Thoughts, the title, which is 2 hours and 30 minutes. For 2 hours, Too Many Thoughts, the title has 400 views. Why does that one have so many views? But In the Moment How has so many views. Why? I guess views are getting better or something. I don't know. The slabs are just shaking. They're just quaking. They're baking and taking. It's incredible. Nobody knows what to do with all the slabbery going on. I need to smoke these bowls. Somebody died in India. Let's make driving illegal. Nobody drive anywhere for the next month. Face Rub Beaverhaven? Face Rub or Beaverhaven was one of the worst named live streams you've ever had. No, that's one of my best named live streams. Face Rub or Beaverhaven. What are you talking about? That's a great one. It's a winner. Yeah, TI is universal logic, namely grammatical or language logic, and TE is everything else. Look, the slabs work in mysterious ways. There's little disputing that. If you want clarity, don't go turn to the slabs. They're not going to be really clear about shit. Oh, well, that's possibly true, yeah. Oh, jeez. Sorry, I ran you over with my car. COVID-19 and everything. I was in a hurry. It was about Justin Bieber. Justin Bieber's a big fan of havening. Can't get enough of the Biebs. He is dreamy. He's a dreamboat, as they say. You might say he's a beefcake. You might say he's a dreamboat. You decide. Bieber. Beefcake or dream boat? Maybe he's dream beef or cake boat. You guys, let's have a Wuhan Twister party. A Wuhan Twister party is the ultimate in middle fingering the status quo. You want to tell me something's a threat? I'm the inventor of the Wuhan Twister party. Eric, I being a TE polar person, does that mean I come with no goals in life because that's my blind spot? It means you think that framing things in terms of goals and and steps to take to attain that goal, that in and of itself is the wrong frame. You're missing the point, sort of. Zandy, I was watching a video about typing someone by their facial expressions. It was INTJ and INFP talking about this. I'm not sure if I buy the idea. What do you think? I mean, I think there are definitely facial cues that are that correlate with type, but that it's not a good thing to use, because if you are right, fine, but there's no explanation as to why you're right and not wrong, other than, well, it looks like this. Okay, but why is that correlated with that type? There's no explanation there, right? And two, most of those sort of things, they're too subjective. So it's like, well, did he move his eyes wiggle waggle, or did he move his eyes ziggle zaggle? Well, that's kind of up to, it's like nobody's really articulated what the exact things you're looking for are and how to distinguish them. Yeah, I know he did. And there's Queen's weakness. Who's better at language, INTPs or INTPs? INTPs are actually better at it. Well, I mean, it depends on what aspect of it you mean better at. INTPs are better at parsing out the nodes. INTPs are better at dancing between them. Depends on the size of the boobs over his face. I mean, Octavia, so here's the thing about Queen's weakness. The guy's obsessed with me. Some people like to say, like, I'm obsessed with CS Joseph because I make periodic videos about him or whatever. He comes up in topic. Well, that's ridiculous. CS Joseph comprises a tiny percentage of my videos or topics about him at all, right? Any other particular person, would do the same thing. They would, you look at that particular person, you'd say, oh, well, that comprises a tiny percentage of Eric's videos. He's not obsessed with that person. He's not obsessed with this person. What percentage of Queen's Weaknesses videos link to me in some way? Are either direct comments towards me, responses towards me? I guess the most recent one is a critique of my logic and about the virus. He's made type police videos. Those all link to me because he stole that idea or whatever. That's fine. Let him fail at being an imitation me. That's what he wants to do. The point is, the guy's obsessed with me, right? How's that going to work for him? It's like, I'm a fully realized human being who's doing lots of shit, right? And he's this guy who's devoting his life towards, in his channel anyway, towards hating me. Yeah, it's true. Email anthrax. It's a community that's obsessed with ISxJ, so if you are just part of the community, so it's a topic that's brought up. True. What if YouTube tries to shut me down for my opinion on coronavirus? My opinion on coronavirus isn't anything that's like fake news, or I'm not like Alex Jones. I'm not saying that this is bullshit, this is bioweapon or whatever. I'm saying we need to make a proper policy calculus on this thing. Anybody who actually watches my video and considers what I'm saying is going to have a lot of trouble justifying to themselves that I should be shut down, because I'm making so much sense and I'm not making stupid arguments. We're spreading bad thinking. Oh, I have plenty of time to engage random people like that. Sure. 4 videos on Queen's Weaknesses channel. 8 of them are visibly about me, just in the title and thumbnail. So I don't worry about him. I see him as a good sign in general. Like, obviously I'm doing something right. People like Queen's Weakness hate me, and me so much that they're devoting their channel towards it. You're talking about Queen's Weakness? I recently started watching his recent videos. I don't understand how he thinks he has FE. He's awkwardly presenting himself and makes odd comments about himself. Why isn't, I mean, it's weird because it's like, obviously I'm in a lot of people's heads, and most of the people whose heads I'm in, I think I have an appropriate amount of place in their head, which is to say, they might think about stuff I said sometimes in a video. They might enjoy being here and hanging out and talking with me and stuff. But, then when I'm not on internet, they are obviously got their own shit going on, and they aren't really probably thinking about me at all as is appropriate. But there are some people who are so spiteful towards me and so hateful towards me, whether, they might say they're justifiably so or whatever. But regardless, that they spend an extraordinary amount of time trying to do me harm. Just like thumbs down on my videos, uh, reporting them all, whatever. It's bullshit. But it goes with the territory. If you're going to walk a righteous path, you're going to piss some people off. If you are the kind of guy who, like me, seizes the frame when somebody's pulling bullshit, then you're going to make some enemies. That's what I'm for getting at, is they're a little obsessed with me. If you're going to have any level of success at all being ideationally expressive in a way that is challenging or that tries to affirm a clear set of values or whatever, you're going to make some enemies. And so when I hear people tell me about Queen's Weaknesses newest video or whatever, I just assume it goes to the territory. I don't even bother watching it. It's like, I don't have time for somebody who's spitefully obsessed with me, All right. I am bound to bump heads with someone along the way. And the problem with those people is they either are willing to talk with me as a human being, a regular human being, and agree when they're wrong, and I'll agree when I'm wrong and playing fair, or they're not, and they're trying to avoid accountability, in which case they often turn into what's known as a spite monkey. So it's like coming into contact with me will typically make people with narcissistic tendencies or AAS syndrome or whatever turn into spite monkeys, because I am, after all, Eric or Buffy, the narcissist slayer. I mean, they're strangely, insanely like, they're totally like that. So vaccines are in testing stages in Saskatchewan. Spinner says avoid vaccines. I disagree with that That's the sort of shit that gets the YouTube doesn't like that, you know? I'm gonna remove that comment. Not that I note here, Svenner. I respect your free speech on this matter just fine. I don't think you did anything wrong in putting that there. I'm just playing it safe with YouTube. No vaccines. Okay, so Ken get Christian Starmer says this has no chance of a vaccine. It wouldn't be correct to say that all the arguments that Eric presents are perfectly valid. I agree. To say that all the arguments Eric presents are perfectly valid. Well, I mean, look, it's a weird word there, perfectly. My arguments are either valid or invalid. I sometimes make an invalid argument, is what you're saying. That's probably not true. I probably make some unsound arguments. I occasionally make fallacious arguments, but I probably don't make very many invalid arguments, if any. That's not that hard to avoid. Just to be particular about the definitions of things. I imagine expressing three things. Honest pursuit of truth, be accountable, a nice coating of FE. Then they'd have a positive reaction from you. You talking to me? Hello, Feroz. I'm going to remove your coach comment. Again, I'm not blaming you. I respect your speech on this matter. I wish I weren't doing that sort of things. I just don't want to experience consequences from YouTube. That's the sort of thing they get sensory about. I disagree with what you're saying, but I don't think this virus is a hoax at all. I think it's a real thing. I think it's why are we so afraid of this virus? Well, because it's frame walking. It's the same thing I've been talking about a lot with other things. Frame walking. People have gotten frame walked into this whole better to err on the side of caution without being considering the fact that it is not the case that saving a few elderly lives is more important than anything. It's not the case. We have to do an actual calculus. We are perhaps afraid of this virus because we don't want to die because of neglectful healthcare. Okay, well, obviously we don't want to die, for goodness sake, but there's no reason to believe this is any. We have to look at proportionality, right? Look, if our normal response to the flu is appropriate, then for this response to be appropriate, the thing would have to be substantially enough worse than the flu to justify these sort of measures. And it's not, period. Just because it's a new virus, in extreme cases, it's causing neurological disorders all of a sudden. Really? Who's saying that? I think they do have a vaccine for HIV, actually, Can. So this thing, I'm just worried about hospitals getting overwhelmed. So I'm focusing on bolstering my immune system so I can stay home, chill on my blankie, snuggle with my bubs. Everybody talks about things we're doing here, slowing the spread of it to prevent hospitals from getting overwhelmed. What happens if hospitals get overwhelmed? People who are a little less sick have to stay home and get better on their own. You know, if your immune system works, you have nothing to worry about. It's like the question is this: the amount of wealth that's been lost, the amount of of prosperity, of standard of living that's been sacrificed in these efforts, do they produce outcomes that are worth it? Nobody's asking that question, and people are saying platitudes that are spreading wrong notions like, hey, you remember, if you go out and you infect somebody whose immune system is weak, you could be killing them. What? No, I wouldn't be killing them. Right? The best thing is getting infected with COVID-19, and our immune system fights successfully against it, making us immunized to COVID-19 forever while we're super species now. Okay, so I've heard so many contradictory things on this. Is it one of those things that you, once you get it, you never get it again, like chickenpox? Or can you get it over and over again? I've heard totally contradictory things on this. Is it the sort of thing that you can develop vaccines for? Yes or no? I've heard totally contradictory things about this. Is it causing neurological damage? This is the first time I've heard about that. I imagine hospital beds running out for those who are immunocompromised. Bums me out. Well, I mean, this is the other thing that's crazy is the fact is, if they don't have a clear treatment for the thing, then there's no particular reason to think that being in the hospital is going to do any better than not being in the hospital. They have a treatment for it or not. If it's the sort of thing that you recover from naturally, then chances are being in the hospital, unless they have a specific treatment for it, is not going to make any difference in the arc of the thing. If it's the sort of thing that you die from, you might be less likely. They might be more likely to save you in the hospital, but if you can get it over and over again, it would just be another strain of the common cold. You see how this like crazy? Nobody's really sure what's going on with this thing, and yet we're taking all these outrageous measures without adequately establishing the facts about whether or not this is worth this kind of effort. I mean, the harm's done. The harm's already is done and gets worse by the moment. Because until people start pulling back from the edge of this nonsense and saying, okay, hold on, we're not going to be crazy after all, which is not going to happen anytime soon. It's going to take at least a month to pull this shit back. All right, look, if they have a specific treatment for it, then they should administer that treatment to the people, and those people don't need to go to the hospital. The only reason really somebody would need to go to the hospital is if they're having acute respiratory problems. Okay, fine. Then those people need to go to the hospital, or something else that is, emergency. Okay, but who's this the elite you're talking about, Alobo Feroz? There's no such thing. I mean, look, the thing is, Joey, Chabadoo, this is so much speculation. The fact is, we're looking at a teeny, tiny, infinitesimal fraction of the people who get this who are actually going to need hospitalization or be at risk for dying. The people who are in positions of power, the so-called dominant elite or whatever, are not in agreement with each other. There are still individual human beings, each of whom has their own agenda, like anybody else. That's how systems work. Don't be crazy, Alobo Feroz. That's anti-crazy, Alobo Feroz. I'm not tolerant of that kind of crazy around here. It's annoying. That's not a good reason to do anything. appealing to ignorance. That's a fallacy. What you don't know is not a good reason to do anything. Hello, Bros. If you are trying to collapse everything down to a motivational calculus, and you're either an ISxJ, ISTJ, or a really misguided INTP or something, I don't know. But you're wrong. You don't understand the way systems work and the way power wells work and the way. Is it true that there are various organizational forces across the world acting in various directions? Yes, some of them single issue, some of them multi-issue. The notion that there's some puppeteers or whatever is crazy. It's just not. It's not thinking, is what it is. It's feeling. It's intuiting. Your intuition's gone wild, and your thinking processes are not adequately in place here. If it were about money, we wouldn't be shutting everything down, for God's sakes. Right. Okay, look, I'm not going to deny it. Joe, Shabadoo. The password masquerade ball orgies, they are your best clue that there might be, but I don't think that's enough evidence. So, okay, yeah, reading a bunch of books by people who are wrong in the same passion that you are is not going to help. We'll talk about this in a few months. Okay. Eric, listen, our NI is revelatory. Fine. I love your NI. I don't get you know how much I love INFJs. I am attached at the brain to one. Nevertheless, I will inform all the INFJs, INTJs, and to a much lesser extent, INTPs of the world. If you are not listening to the INTPs about how system dynamics work, you are going to be lurching ghosts. How do you get invited to one of the ball orgies? First, you got to become a dominant elite. That means maybe like marry the Google founder's daughter or something like that, or get with the Trump, you know. Then you just ask that person, when's the next ball orgy? Is it today or tomorrow? Because they have one every day, you know. It's a daily thing. I mean, this is the thing. It's like right now, one of the big problems in Washington, D.C. is the shutdown of flights from Europe. I mean, it's like increasingly difficult to get Eastern European trafficking victims for their password masquerade ball orgies. I like the fact that the ball Joey Joe Shabadoo, I think you've correctly predicted the future. There was one movie by Tom Cruise and that Aussie actress, his wife, about an orgy of elites. Orgy of elites, orgy of elites. Let's all go for an orgy of elites. I'll be elite, you be elite. Let's have an orgy out in the street. It's an orgy of elites. Orgy of elites. I like having orgy of elites. It is fun to orgy in the street when you're in an orgy of elites. I would like to think about this. Can Krishna Sarvagu? Is it true, Can Krishna Sarvagu, that you gave too much credit to Tom Cruise for the success of that film? You know, Tom Cruise is, what do you call it? Scientologist. He is. He's a Scientologist. Maybe I should start selling a line of virus-related greeting cards. Don't be sad. Virus time means a chance to reorganize your closet. Virus time got you down. We could do like life hacks for virus time. Well, you know how difficult it is during virus time when you're stuck in the house all the time and nothing's going on and nothing on TV. So what do? Let's organize our closets. Virus time. By Octavia. Yeah, this is the last one of the night by Octavia Silva. You give more credit to the naked ladies? I do too. Why are we giving credit to the naked ladies? Oh, in the movie. There must have been naked ladies in the movie. Everybody loves naked ladies. Nobody doesn't love naked ladies. Does anybody not love naked ladies? King Krishna Samapagu? Does anybody not love naked ladies? King Krishna Samapagu? Does Andy what you think about naked ladies? King Krishna Samapagu? Eric Moore likes the naked ladies. King Krishna Samapagu? I asked him before. I was like, hey, Eric Moore, can you tell me a secret? Can you tell me, do you like naked ladies? And he said, yes, I do. With a whisper. I've been playing Pathologic, plaguing Kenda Plague Tale. I've been playing Pathologic, plaguing Kenda Plague Tale. Pathologic? Is that a video game? Do you play it on the computer Dora? I wonder if I were to live stream gameplay from Pathologic, because it would do well right now during virus time. Granny died. He was halfway crucified. She was on the other side of no tomorrow. Let's see. Pathologic. That's not what I was searching for. I said pathologic. I want to see pathologic. The 2005 role-playing and survival game developed by Russian studio Mia. Is it first-person shooter or what? What's the other one? Let me see. Other games about pandemics. If you're wondering whether I like naked ladies, yes, indeed. If I'm time for me to look at naked ladies, I launch an incognito window. What Google search term shall I use now? In what capacity do I wish to see these naked ladies on the internet? Embarrassing gyno exam? I'm sorry, you're gonna need to remove those. Missed. That game pissed me off. I keep getting stuck in various things and I can never figure it out. It's just like frustrating. It's like work. It's like TE, you know? That kind of game is TE. It's here. Figure out the logic of this particular thing. Witness. Games about computer games about pandemics. Video games about viral outbreaks. Plague Inc. Evolved. I like it. Plague Inc. It uses the Center for Disease Control and Prevention says Plague Inc. evolved uses a non-traditional route to raise public awareness on epidemiology, disease transmission, diseases, pandemic information. Plague Inc. Oh, you can only play it on your phone. It doesn't work on the computer. PC games about this is what I'm looking for. Plague Inc. Evolved is the one, I guess, for this one is for Windows. Yeah, I could play that. Let me see. Plague Inc. Evolved for PC. Let's see. Your pathogen has just infected patient zero. Now, it was brought at the end of human history by evolving a deadly global plague while adapting against everything humanity can do to defend itself. Sounds fun. I'm not going to download it right now. I wonder how much it costs. Let me see. Available for PC, Mac, and Linux on Steam. What's Steam? $15. Not very expensive, particularly. China's banned this game. Well, I could conceivably get that game. I don't know. Bye, King Kinkers and Summer Pagoo. Is Rachel here? Oh. When you were asleep, my darling, you, I think, accidentally hid somebody from the channel. And then I'm like, Rachel, what are you doing? And then I think it was email Anthrax. And then somebody else unhid them. Or I think it was Octavia Silva. What interesting ideas are you pondering lately? I mean, it's like we're hunkering down here. It's suddenly we're in the dark ages again. It's 9/11 all over again. It's okay, baby. It was trippy. We were trying to figure out, are you here? Did you do that on purpose? Where are you? It was a weird moment. Then I didn't deny Corona's overhyped. What are you talking about? I'm saying Corona's overhyped. Totally overhyped. It's overhyped like a clover light. My precious, sweet, delightful, wonderful angel, do not please feel like you have to stay awake to listen to this at all. Or, obviously do what you want to, but sleep your little precious head away into the nighttime, slumber times. Oh, right, yeah. Email answer at the time, he was criticizing me about the lack of teddy bear related content on my channel, and you hid him from the channel all of a sudden. And we're like, what the fuck did he do? What? Ah, teddy bear. The real corona really is overhyped, for sure. Let's all discuss coronavirus solutions. 1, stop freaking out. Number 2, I went jogging tonight. Why? Well, an ancillary sort of consequence of it might sort of incidentally be a good thing, even though what the reason is. It stops the coronavirus. The teddy bear picnic is a grouping of supervillains who can tell each other in a crowd because each of them has a teddy bear. That's how they can know that they're a member of Teddy Bear Picnic. I think you lose the. It's called Teddy Bear Picnic. It's a secret society cabal. TBP, they call it. It's like if you're in this clandestine society, I'd show you this. It'd be a little pin of a teddy bear on the inside of my shirt here. And like whenever they have to meet each other in public, they'll go to a major toy store or something, and they'll be shopping for teddy bear, and then another one will come and stand and look for teddy bears as well, and then they'll talk quietly to each other, and then they'll part ways very subtly, Teddy Bear Picnic. The criminal organization with the delightful name whose evil runs deep. Everything goes when you're president, including belly shots. That's blasphemy jelly shots. Blasphemy jelly shots? I like the idea of blasphemy jelly. You want a shot of blasphemy jelly? Yeah, that's what I'm calling this stuff right here. Blasphemy jelly. I hope someplace across the country here, people are having virus parties right now. The only solace I could even think to take in this matter. You're going to ban hysteria? That's a good idea. I was thinking maybe I should ban hysteria when I'm president too. Is it this one I don't like? Gucci? It looked good, but this is a virus party, except the only problem I'm having with this virus party is there's no chance for any of us to really spread the virus to each other, which to be a real virus party, you need to be able to spread it around. Like we might each have a different version of the virus. I want to get Zandy's version, RW's version, Anthrax's version. I want us all to get the same virus. Everybody to get everybody else's version of the virus. We have all the versions. You got to catch them all. It's like Pokemon, okay? The virus is a lot like Pokemon. Good idea, RW. Good idea. Let's share dirty needles. Let's see. We'll serve toast with blasphemy jelly on it and we can each spit on one of them and then randomize them before we eat them. There. Ain't nothing like toast with blasphemy jelly and spit on it. You sure? I think STDs run wild on parties these days. Well, look, we're not going to have sex with each other, okay? We could all lick a pop and tap, pass it around. That's true. We could share the bong. They probably won't get it because, look, why? Marijuana smoke is a virus killer, obviously. Like, it's obviously, it does all kinds of good shit, you know? Blasphemy jelly will have the ashes of the Quran, Bible, and Torah mixed together. It's a good idea, RW. Okay, so in addition to that, you should have some like it ought to have the bone marrow of an endangered mammal to make the jelly, right? The jelly part, and then should have some priest curse it, so reverse bless it. To really finish blasphemy jelly, before it's served, it needs to have sat through a full Dave Matthews Band concert, plus a broadcast of Bill Walton, a radio broadcast of Bill Walton doing a basketball game. Then you really know you've got the blasphemy jelly amped up, you know. Let's see, anal virus shots. Well, I know what's going to happen when if I can manage to successfully get Rachel out here at any point, is that it's going to require some serious examination to make sure she doesn't have any viral related matters. You know, from what I understand, to successfully check Rachel for the virus, I'm going to need to do a full gyno, full breast exam, you know, the whole thing. It is your lucky day. You're a broken ISTJ? Matthew, I'm sorry we haven't been able to touch base the last couple of days. It's been a little bit hectic, but with the yelling at the mental health place and the virus, and, you know, it's ridiculous, I tell you. You know, tarot COVID. I'm not going to tarot the future, but I will do this. I'll say this. The immediate future, including a few days before, a few days after this moment. Are we on the, I would say, would it appear that the system dynamics suggest a coming course correction? Queen of Wands. What's the Queen of Wands mean? Nobody's sure. What's the best thing the world can do right now regarding this whole matter? 10 sticks. Just chill out. We're almost there. That's what it says. Okay, so good. That's fairly instructive. It's saying, all right, everyone's going to come to their senses soon enough. We're almost there. That's how I interpret it. I say thee nay, but dish. Yeah. Right. Octavia's not here at the moment, I guess. I guess he bailed on us. I guess he was just like, I don't care about you anymore. Yeah, I do still sell myself for $100. You don't get my body. That'll be a lot more money than my mind. You get my mind. Why I change? Why I change what? Why I change? 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 Indeed. Oh, I see. You want to pay me only $50, huh? Or you want a half price sale or something? That's what I say to you, El Lobo Feroz. Boom. You get this instead. You get the 4 sticks. 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4 sticks for you. That's all you get. You just get the brain. I gotta go pee pretty soon. It's gonna make rain and urine into the sink. I gotta go pee, and that's enough to make me come on. I gotta go pee, yo. I say the night. Your card. The Empress. Ooh. You know what she's doing with down there with her hand, man. She's putting her finger down there a little bit. That's you, dog. That's you. You're all over that shit. You're all over, like, touching your own labia, feeling your femininity inside your heart, inside your soul, inside your body, your uvula, your vulva, your vulvo, your uterus, your lady thing, your cervix. Quit fingering my cervix. I said quit fingering my cervix. God, I'm not joking, Eric. I thought my finger. Oh. My bad. Oh, the urine. That's some hearty urine stew. Some hearty urine, what you'll do. Some hearty urine time. I'm heartily urinating all of the rinds of the oranges and the meat and then my lot. Tangerines are what it's all about. If you like that, da 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 da. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? 1, 2, 3. We may never know. That many licks, Eric? Yes, that many. Oh, yeah. Good and fresh urine is what that is. And so ample. Such an ample supply of urine as well. For those of you who were afraid there was going to be a shortage of Eric's urine, I've got some good news. I have an ample supply of it in my bladder here. I just poured it all into the sink though, so if you want some, you're going to have to come in here and go chase it down the sink, down into the pipes below, and following that into the sewers. You didn't want to go to the sewers. You should have jumped on this while I was leaving my penis, not after.
Good point, Eric. We here respect what you're saying.
Well, you should.
We do.
I'm glad. What you got there?
Coffee stirs. I got some coffee stirs. I'm gonna stir some coffee.
Righteous. I was hoping these were little sticks rather than the plastic ones, but whatever. Good enough. Good enough to stir my coffee. Toss it in the trash. There we go. I've got shit tons of these. 1,000. There's 1,000 coffee stirrers in that box. What else you got, Eric? Tootsie Pop. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? No, he seems kind of like an NTJ of some kind. I saw a lady wearing some goggles tonight. Maybe she was going skiing, Taylor Van Ambaugh. It's good. Tootsie Pop with coffee on it. Delicious. I wouldn't trust the Chinese propagandists either. No, that advocacy of animal rights is FI. I got a big ass box of these things. They're delicious. Of course, I'm trying to prove the I'm trying to disprove the notion that you can't suck these enough. You end up biting them before too long, which I always do. I do end up biting them before too long, but right now I'm trying not to bite this one. You know, it's like a present you can only withstand opening for so long. No, these have Tootsie Rolls on the inside. That's what makes them so much better than regular, like Blow Pops. That's what you're talking about. No thanks. Tootsie Pops, though? Oh, Stephen Rain, are you a dentist? So be a dentist. Be a dentist. All right, that's it. I'm sure that's only for a chick he wants to get on couches. What about involve owls and children? Harry Potter? was good. Mm. No, don't panic quite yet, email anthrax. It doesn't involve any adults at all. Just owls and the kids do it amongst themselves. That's a good point, RW. I had quoted that ad, but I wasn't thinking about the visuals of it very much. Yeah. 1, 2. You're a phlebotomist. You chop off my phlegm. Phlebotomy. I'm an owl. Can I lick your lollipop? How many licks does it take to get the center of a Tootsie Roll? Tootsie Pop? The answer, according to the commercial, is we may never know. Who's the we in this thing, huh? Yeah, are you a floss nanny, Stephen Rain? Are you always going around floss nannying people? Boy, you look like you could relieve some floss. What? Huh? Who are you? I'm your friendly neighborhood dentist. Just wanted to scold you about your teeth. Here. Here's a little free floss. Floss on me. Okay? A little floss for you. Are you not a dentist? I thought you were a dentist. Meow, W, got to remove that. That's the sort of thing that YouTube doesn't like. Stephen Rain has worse memory than me. I have been to the UK. Yes, I have. I've been to jolly old England. Fancy a cup of tea? Fancy some tea, do you, Governor? Fancy a ride on the lorry down to the local to have some British stuff? Do you? Would you like to ride in the lift up to my flat? Then we go to the local, go by the lorry station, have a pint, see some blokes, say cheerio, refer to things as bloody. Would you like to? Would you like to join me? Would you like to join me? That's how British people ask questions. So, for example, if I was in Britain and somebody wanted to know if I wanted to go to McDonald's later, they'd say, would you like to go to McDonald's with me later? That's how they talk. Well. If it isn't Eric Moore, you'll not escape this time, Eric Moore. And ADHD is like an oxymoron. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, fuck all the accounts, dog. Yeah, why all the accounts, dog? Why British people are missing some chromosomes? Because I'm not very good at a Chinese accent, I guess. if I were good at probably not advised. I'm gonna remove that comment. I mean, this is a crazy world we're living in now, right? It's not racist when I do a Chinese accent because I've been Chinese plenty of times now. I'm transracial. You know. So it's fine. I'm a lot of people's first transracial. I'm used to being a bit of an ambassador for our group, our little subgroup of races. You know, I help carry the banner for the most oppressed group of all, the transracials, who get to accumulate all the oppression of all the races. Anyhow, everything was set up, and Rachel was due to arrive in Los Angeles on the 18th of March. Until the virus arrived. Now, what were they going to do? Rachel found herself here. Now, see, Rachel Dolezal is not transracial. Well, she is, but she's what you might call switch racial. Switch racial. Switch racial is somebody who switches race once. I'm transracial. I'm fluidly transracial. I vary between race to race across the days, you know. It depends on the day, it depends on the time of day. Well, a little bit further, it means that, like, right now, I guess I'm Soviet Russian, mostly, is my race, which is odd because, of course, being Soviet era Russian I didn't know that was a specific race until right now. Now I realize, yeah, I am Soviet era Russian is my race right now. But usually I'm a more normal kind of race, like, Eskimo or Indian from India, or Native American. I've been Chinese, I've been Japanese, I've been Korean, I've been Filipino, I've been Hawaiian, I've been Tahitian, I've been French Canadian. I think I said that one already. I've been Argentinian. I've been all kinds of races. And Mexican plenty of times. Eskimo is a slur? Since when did Eskimo become a slur? Oh, it's Inuit, huh? Well, listen. When I'm a Native American, I often refer to myself as an Indian. And when I'm an Inuit, I often refer to myself as an Eskimo. What's wrong with gypsy? What do you call them now? What do you call gypsies? If not gypsies. Why did Eskimos change their name to Inuits all of a sudden? Listen. I've been Romani. I don't mind being called gypsy. I've been Inuit. I don't mind being called Eskimo. I've been a combination of both. I've been an Eskimo gypsy. You could say I've been a Inuit Romani. Blood vendetta. What do you mean? How did I fuck with them? I have been all races. If they're not a race, then I guess I couldn't be that. But if they are a race, then I've been them. Whether they like it or not. What's my party trick? What party trick? Do I have a party trick? Besides scratching my nose a lot? You know, I prefer to be called Latina, not Hispanic. But when you gringos are around, or sometimes refer to myself as Hispanic, just to be clear as to who I am, so that I can teach you to call me Latina. Okay? Did you watch You on Netflix? I did and regret it. Boo you, boo. Boo you, boo. Boo you, boo, 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 boo. Do I have a party trick? Does patting on my chest count as a party trick? Does singing a song from nothing count as a party trick? El Lobo for Rose is going to read some and then take a nap. That's a good idea. El Lobo for Rose, that's taking good care of your SIN. No, I just do when I get out with this or whatever. I don't really bother about trying to hide anything like that. But the problem is I don't really want to pick my nose. I want to cut these hairs under my mustache because they are making my nose itch all the time. It's very frustrating. You know what I'm saying? Email to Anthrax. I'm waiting for you to come over here and cut my mustache hairs, obviously. Hey, look, it's Nicolay Shea. Do you know how to make hay, Nicolay Shea? What's it made out of, anyway? You have a party trick? What's your party trick, Eric Moore? The two main groups of Eskimos are Inuits and the Yupik. The Yupik and the Inuits. I've been both of those. I've been both of those races before. What's your party trick, Eric Moore? I'm curious about your party trick. I'm curious about your party trick. I'm curious about your party trick. Oh, emailed Anthrax. Come on. Get over here, big guy. You get over here and you trim my mustache for me. Come on. You know you want to trim it. You want to touch those little hairs. You've been watching them. You're looking at them. You're going, God, I just want to cut those things. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, email Anthrax. Do not deny the secret and deep yearning you have to finger my mustache hair. No, oh no, it's the best way to get the virus. If you really want to get the virus in a sensual fashion, you need to finger my mustache hair. Any good movies, shows, documentaries you can suggest, Eric? Have you watched Cobra Kai yet on YouTube? That's amazing. I almost want to watch it again. I'm hoping that the third season comes out soon. You know, that's an amazing thing. Movies, I don't really watch a lot of movies. I did see some good movies that Rachel showed me. Like I enjoyed, if you haven't seen it yet, 500 Days of Summer. That was good. I enjoyed mostly. Oh, you haven't watched Cobra Kai? Oh, watch that then. Forget anything else. It's the follow up to Karate Kid when now they're like 40 years old instead of teenagers, right? And Daniel has got a really big he's got a really big car dealership, making a lot of money, has a fancy life. And then Johnny, who was his nemesis back in the movie, he's falling on hard times. This is his story putting Cobra Kai back together. It's pretty great. I'd strongly recommend it. You'll find yourself binge watching it probably. It's on YouTube. You got to have YouTube Premium, I guess, to watch it. But if you have YouTube Premium, that's the thing to watch for sure. It was Rachel and I both were just like, oh my god, I was just so like that the whole time. It was so exciting, so good, so awesome. I loved it. The writing was great. Amazing. Zandy, you simply must watch Cobra Kai. You simply must. Okay. Cobra Kai. Yeah, Cobra Kai was awesome. I mean, I'm not sure you have to have premium, but it's like $10 a month or something. Yeah, that's a good way to get it. It is worth it to have YouTube Premium anyways, Andy, if you can afford it, the $10 a month or whatever it is. It's totally worth it. I don't know about other people, but basically anytime I want to rent a movie or anything like that, I do it on YouTube. You can rent any movie you want on YouTube. Some of you have to buy. Some you can't rent. Like, I bought Holiday Inn. If you've never seen Holiday Inn, that's hilarious. It's hilariously. It's like, yeah, right. RW, you know how hilarious it is, right? The blackface stuff is great. Just because you get to see it so unadorned, right? Unadorned by modern convention or any kind of bullshit or whatever. It's just like, thank you, Mr. Lincoln, for setting us free. Boy, could Fred Astaire dance. He was quite a dancer. People say, yeah, but Ginger Rogers did it backwards and in heels. Fred Astaire was quite an impressive talent. Don't eat the gooey parts. Listen, Ella Bros, now I don't want you to read nothing but transcripts of my live stream. Okay? You're missing out. You're wasting time on this old-timey guys. You could be reading my jokes. Books full of my jokes and insights and stutters and whatever, You're really missing out. Oh, Ghost Rider, it's not poisonous to eat. You have to eat to survive. If you don't eat, you won't get any nutrition. No. No wonder you're so skinny. No, it's not poisonous to eat. You have to eat poison for it to be poisonous to eat. I should be so lucky, Nicolaiche. I should be so lucky. Hollow doesn't taste like ass. Hollow tastes like ass is pretty good. Eminem feeds off poison. So what you're saying is Eminem eats a lot of aloe or ass? One of the two. Does he eat aloe from ass? Possibly. Lobo Feroz, when you say you write in your mother language, do you mean You only write things that nag people about eating more food and wearing warm enough clothes? Yeah, I know, Eric Moore. That's where the funny is, okay? That's where the funny is. When you looked at that envelope and you saw that smiling face in there, that little risible bit of hilarity, you realized, oh, this is where the funny is. You were 180 last April, now down to 135 for healthy eating. Well, Ghostwriter, I'm glad that you are eating more healthy now. I've been worrying about you. I've been worrying. What food craving? What food craving? I have craving for donuts. I'm pretty sure my donut craving will not go away until I get donuts. When I'm full, I like to boof a couple more to make sure I get enough donuts in me. Oh, good, Eric Moore. I'm glad you found it. Now you've dropped it, though. You dropped it, and it's gone down into that grate. How are we gonna get it from underneath there? We're not. It's lost now. Just forget about it. No, even if we were to get it out, it'd be all covered in shit. This place is, look how gross it is down there. You don't want to. All right, fine. Get a stick and put some gum on the end of it and see if you can get it out of there. If you weren't a streamer, who would you stream? I guess if I weren't a streamer, I wouldn't stream at all, right? Who would I stream? Who would I watch as a streamer? I don't think there's enough streamers to stream often enough or regularly enough for me to get into watching them. It's kind of like I suspect that if you're an audience member or a streamer, you want to be able to turn on YouTube, turn on the computer, look at YouTube, and there'll be a stream going on, and you get accustomed to joining that one. I stream a lot, so people who like to be here can really unfurl their scrotums, so to speak. Yeah, I agree, Ghostwriter. Ghostwriter's right. About once a week, the body needs a little unhealthy food. So Saturdays, sometimes it's Sundays, I guess, I'll say fuck it and have a salad, The rest of the week is nothing but Big Macs, quarter pounders, fries, Coke. But whatever. The body wants a little bit of variety, wants a little bit of treats, a little crazy, unhealthy shit. I'll get a little salad or a little vegetables or something, Why do you think this community is drawn to me? I don't think they're really drawn to me, per se. I think I keep things pleasant around here. I think it's a nice live stream to participate in. I think that I'm breezy. I can be breezy. I can cover various topics. I don't know. I have a lot of trouble understanding that, I said possibly an INTP as well. Yeah, I love Lobo for Ghostwriter is right. Thanks, Mattias Sanchez. I love you too. You don't make people feel like there's something wrong with them. That's good. I don't want to. I want to tell people there's nothing wrong with you. I like RW's answer quite a bit as well. People watch anything. They can never be fully understood. People do watch some crazy ass shit. It's like that I think like, oh, what? Why would you choose to watch that? That looks like torture. You put the NT in pleasant. You put the NT in pleasant. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that one, Dupree. I got it. I got the gist of it. It's very clever. And people appreciate that. A lot of people do that. I mean, make people feel like there's something wrong with them and it creates a toxic environment. Well, look, it's just about one of those things where are we actually engaging back and forth as people then periodically will get into yelling at each other or get mad or whatever, and I'll say some mean things sometimes, and like I should probably apologize to Cloud for some of the things I've said to him. I don't know if I have already or not. It's not something I usually have a lot of trouble doing, so I may have already done so and forgotten about it, but I feel bad for getting harsh sometimes. I didn't used to ever feel bad about that. What type of audience would appreciate ENFP music poetry most? Probably INTJs and to a lesser extent INFJs. I don't think it's the other way around for ENTPs. INFJs to a lesser extent INTJs. Why does Cloud like to debate me so much? Well, it's because he's SE. He's most satisfied when he sees an impact. So he's not trying to debate me. He's trying to provoke impacts. He's trying to provoke me in some ways that shows that he's been impactful, you know? He gets frustrated when I'm not responding to his provocations. So he goes and tries to provoke other people in the live chat, and usually he finds the taker. He just wants to see that he meows and people go, ah! That's just SE. He's in a external metaphysical environment, which is not native for his SE, but he has his SE frame, and his INI rises to serve that SE frame. Which is to say, he comes up with ideas sufficient to disrupt the flow of things on the metaphysical external field. I don't know, 123. I'm not good at marketing. Ghostwriters, because ENFPs remind you of your drunk state and fuck ups. Cloud is way more intelligent and inquisitive than me. If you have that INTJ dominatrix Persephone's OnlyFans, what do you mean Persephone's OnlyFans? I don't know what that is. I know who you're talking about, but I don't know what the OnlyFans part you mean is. I know who you're talking about, though. So if you can clarify what you want to know about that chick, I will tell you the answer, but I'm not sure what you mean by that OnlyFans thing. He took a stab at you yesterday? Who took a stab at you? Oh, Cloud? Oh, yeah, Cloud will do that. What would be helpful to know to relate to those types more through art? I mean, the thing is, if you're dealing with INTJs, they have a much more, they have a tendency to respect skills or like technical ability, regardless of the quality of the art. Whereas INFJs care a lot more about the quality of the art and not much less about technical skills. They don't really care about that at all. Have I officially typed Cloud now, Eric? No, I have not officially typed him, but I'm pretty confident he's an ESFP. I think he had himself typed correctly. Memes? Yes, memes. I want to know more about. I want Updim Plates 48 to explain what they mean by OnlyFans. I don't understand the question. You watch ISxJ all the time? It's interesting. One of the things I really appreciate, the purpose of psychology is understanding no exclusion. Yeah. Although for us, we're all unique, but in the end, very similar, and only a very small percentage is exceptional. I mean, that whole notion of being exceptional is an interesting one. People have their own meanities. It's like people each have their own skill set, and every type is best at something. Some of the types are best at things that can be publicly sort of correlate with a leadership role. But I think it's incorrect to say that somebody's oh. OnlyFans is the platform Persephone uses to sell her femdom content. Huh. Hmm. The key to being knowledgeable is to be humble and listen for a logical reason for their argument. Once you understand their perspective, you can agree to destroy that argument. Yeah, right. Seems like once you bust through one, another one shows up. Maybe that's an INFP thing. Well, who's stereotyping you with what? Like, am I saying I'm stereotyping you because you're an INFP and therefore you must love to whittle waddle all the time? I'll probably tell you that sort of thing. You know, you INFPs just whittle waddle all the time. Yeah, why not, Eric Moore? What's wrong with C.S. Joseph? What's wrong with you that you don't love C.S. Joseph? Everybody needs to love him constantly. Sandy, you love C.S. Joseph. Dr. Todd Grande. I'm not sure. He seems, I'm not sure. Maybe like SFJ? This is the kind of entertainment we have now that we're in virus time. All the sports are canceled, so we have to watch Eric pluck his nose hairs. Oh, I got it. Yeah. Where did I get it? Stop. I don't think I did. So close though. It's right here. Yeah, I hate them. There's these little nose hairs that grow on top of my nose. I should get them all out, you know? Zandy, I call my sugar Zandy. Zandy and Zandy's baby, she understands me. My understanding, Zandy. By the time I'm 80, I'm going to have a whole team of people whose entire job is attending to my nose. Gee, how the sun will shine on the Sandy, on the Sandy, on the. Okay, well, I think I got it. One of those blocks there. So, he's constantly trying to explain why he's an ENP, and he tries to validate himself with examples, but you see the hesitation in his explanations. Yeah, he's very self-conscious about it. He's obviously not an ENP. He's a meow, which is very different from an HP. I'm going to stand over there and take a break and smoke a cigarette when it gets real great. Then if you guys can chill over here for a medal, then I'm in. Do I prattle on as well, Countess? Do I prattle on like that? I suppose I prattle on a bit. I'm prattling on right now. Is this what you call a prattle? A different kind of prattle than his. His sort of prattle is third slot in E, while my sort of prattle is dominant in D. The difference being that she's an ISxJ while I am an ENTP. The prattle of perceivers is most different than that prattle that C.S. Joseph attempts to imitate. Indeed, this prattle that you hear right now is more typical of the prattle of extroverted intuition. So, C.S. Joseph prattled on his prattle imitation, but imitation prattle won't lead to a vacation from doubt consuming him regarding his own type. And if indeed he can defend that ENP is right. Gilbert and Sullivan, after too much glue huffing. Huffing glue. Or, why limit it to glue, RW? Can't we huff aerosols as well? As long as we're huffing. Come on. Don't limit us to glue. We have the whole rainbow of huffing flavors. Come visit us today at Huffin' Stuff, where we've got the whole rainbow of abusable household chemicals for you to purchase and huff. If you find yourself using the verb huff in naturally occurring language very often, you're probably due for a lifestyle change. I would guess. Just guessing, What are you doing with that? What is that? Oh, I'm huffing Glade. You're huffing what? Glade. The air freshener? Yeah. You want some? No, thanks. What is he doing in there? He's huffing Glade. No wonder it smells so flowery. You really want to come in here and have some Glade with me? We're up in Glade. Come on. We're having a Glade upping party. If you never huffed Glade before, you're missing out. It is great. Are you going to do it, Jenny? Are you going to huff Glade? I mean, I don't know. I mean, why not? He seems to be fine. He really doesn't seem to be fine. He seems really strange. Come on. Have some Glade with me. Would you prefer Lysol? I got some Lysol too. You want to huff it? What's this supposed to do again? It disinfects your lungs. Oh, funny stuff. Good stuff, funny stuff, fun times, happy goodness. Hooray for everything. Hooray for everything. Indeed. Hunkering down and waiting out the virus. Feeling just a little cabin fever, I suppose. So I'm just hunkering down, waiting out the virus. Wondering if anybody's open though. I wonder if Vegas is going to shut down. My dad was talking about that. I've been brainwashing people about coronavirus. How have I been brainwashing people? Probably. Hi, Octavio, you're back. And better than ever. How have I been brainwashing people about coronavirus? I point out the facts. I'm no expert. I'm such an expert. I'm pretty sure Johnny Depp's not an HP, but he plays one in movies. I've suggested talking to him plenty of times. He's been encouraged to talk to me or debate me or whatever plenty of times, and he always says, "No point. There's no point in doing that." Oh my God. Are you serious, EPT? I think Johnny Depp is maybe an ISFP. I think he might be S though. Maybe not. Maybe he's N. He is a fan of Hunter S. Thompson. That means probably N. Yeah, sure. Many times. No comments. Made videos saying, come debate me, wherever, anytime, anywhere, wherever. Joaquin Phoenix is the definition of gaff. I mean, it makes sense since, well, whatever Joaquin Phoenix is, there's a lot of FI in the mix. I can tell you that. Why? Why do I care? I'm going to have remedial instructions for this guy. We're operating from fundamentally different understandings of what we're doing and what it's for. I can't talk to him as an equal because he's predicating everything he says on wrong preconditions. You're not going to want to learn from me. You're not going to want to debate me and lose. No, I know. In the past, I put up videos with like titles like ISxJ, come debate me, or go like that. That's pretty obvious. He's had plenty of people ask him on his stream, why don't you debate Eric? And he always says, I'm not interested. I don't know. No point. I mean, I think from what I can tell, he sort of scurries away from the subject whenever I come up. Well, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Queen's Weakness watches my stream because he's obviously obsessed with me. I don't know if he would have like, you know, apparently Hambone's seen some videos that Cloud once had up that he no longer does and says that no, Queen's Weakness and Cloud are not the same person. Well, I mean, oh, good. Justin Trudeau's wife got the coronas. This is the thing. If it is the case, Countess, that Cloud and Queen's Weakness is the same person, then Hambone got something wrong. Because according to Hambone, Cloud had a video up for a while and showed who he was, and it's not Queen's Weakness. Well, there's Anderson. I think what's happened basically is I've made the narrative unclear on the matter for them. It's like, is this helping or hurting Eric? I'm not sure if it's whatever. Maybe up dim plates 48. Maybe, I don't know. Well, Zandy, the truth is probably some of the people who put down some of the negative comments have been hidden from the channel because I had my fill of this sort of generally spiteful assault that was ongoing from Becky and Tori in particular, and so I did block some accounts, and those people were probably the ones who can't leave a comment. But the thing is, I just at that point wanted to facilitate them. I know it's odd that I get so many downvotes because I make some pretty solid logical points because yeah, the number of downvotes is not representative of the number of people downvoting it. It's just a couple of people who are piling up with multiple accounts. I mean, it may be Tori and her father. I'm not sure. There's other people who don't like me because I've whatever. Who knows? Who knows? Sometimes I get a swarm of them of certain topic that people don't like Buffy the Narcissist Slayer got a whole shit ton of downvotes. That means that some of the narcissists that I've hammered on before didn't like it. They probably had multiple accounts coming in. Yeah. One day when YouTube will make dislikes and likes visible, we will be surprised. People don't like you because you exposed the real them. It was Josh Whedon. Who is Josh Whedon? I don't know who Josh Whedon is. He didn't like you using his IP. I don't get that joke. I don't know who Josh Whedon is. I'm assuming it's a joke, but I don't get it. Hero Buffy. Ah. Okay. Smart. Okay. Clever joke. He must be an NTP. RW is an NTP. I declare him an NTP. Which kind? Introvert, extrovert, hard to say. But I declare him XNTP. Yeah, people don't like that. I'm learning to be a little bit more nice about it, I guess. Am I a futurist or a transhumanist? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what those terms mean precisely. What would it mean to be a futurist? What would it mean to be a transhumanist? You mean do I believe in attaching computers to my brain or something? Nanotechnology. What am I going to do with my nanos? How are you going to nano me? What are the little nanos going to do? Becoming one with the mainframe. I mean, I don't believe it's possible because we're concurrently physical beings and metaphysical beings, and trying to sort of maximize the metaphysical aspect of ourselves without caring about the physical aspect is not a good thing. We have to balance those things, and to the extent that we attain, I guess, maximum metaphysical without accommodating the physical body at all, reducing our humanity. I used to be a teacher. Sure, I'm a debate coach still. RW, we're using the word GAF around here. GAF, So please adjust accordingly. Whereas gay is referencing something that some people might get offended by. GAF, even though it has the word in it, is specifically referencing Joaquin Phoenix as the example. GAF, like Joaquin Phoenix. I'll be a retired debate coach one day. I'm sure you did. I'm glad you did, RW. That's great. Physical is happy. I don't think it'll ever transcend something that we keep redefining. Yeah, good point there. I mean, I think we're on our way to figuring something out. I'm not sure what it is. Everything seems to be directional. It's not just random. It's not just. It just seems directional. Everything does, and the way that the problems come through the universe on a certain schedule in a reasonable fashion. I better go move my car. When my dad comes out here and tells me, I forgot to move it. Don't forget to move your car, son. Let me go pee too. I gotta pee. If you gotta go pee, go pee. And if you gotta go pee, go pee. Cause there's a million ways to pee, including go pee. And if you gotta go pee, go pee. And if you gotta go pee, go pee. Cause there's a million ways to pee. So pee how you are. Pee now, the world's behind you. There's always someone around you who will pee. You like to go pee. Yeah. So if you want to go pee, go pee. And if you want to go pee, go pee. Because there's a million ways to pee. You better go pee. Going pee. A story about a young man who goes pee. Well, when we were filming Going Pee, it was really a moving experience for all of the actors and other professionals here on set. Obviously, it's about a young man who needs to pee, and that's something that a lot of us can relate to. He's young, he's male, his bladder's full of urine. What's he gonna do? How's he gonna deal with this? It touches on so many themes in our society, like, hey, can I use your bathroom? Why not? It raises everything. Like, oh shit, I gotta pee. People report having to pee more often during the movie than in other circumstances. It's really a fascinating social experiment. Going pee in a world where one young man has to pee. Things might just get out of hand. Going pee. But Don, you still haven't peed. Don't worry, baby. Before this thing's over, I'm gonna be going pee. Rated R. Who wants to go see Going Pee with me in the theaters when it gets into the theaters? Well, we got some cold burr going on out there. I'm not shitting you. It's fairly chilly. You know what I think is interesting is the way that no matter how long I do this, no matter how much I do this, I never really seem to grow at all. Like 20 people here in this stream. That's good. That's a good number of people for this late in the evening for me. Actually, I'm sort of getting better, a little bit better, I guess, numbers. But I've had bigger numbers than this before. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I would think if you were a person who wants to watch a live stream, that mine would be a fairly pleasant live stream to watch. This is not for everybody, but that's a good idea, RW. It's a good place to advertise. No email anthrax. I'm not saying that because that would be a lie. You are extremely special to me. You especially, because you're the only one who emails me anthrax. I agree with you, David Sanderson. I'm glad you enjoy it, Sandy. We enjoy having you here as well. You're very well liked and appreciated. You are my friend. You are special, as RW says. I like that sentence. You are my friend. You are special. Did you email them to me? I don't think I even have checked my email since then. I've been avoiding my email a little bit. Oh, right. I told you I was going to check it, huh? You are special. You are my friend. You are special. I like that song. That's a good song. I feel that song too. It's like, hey, don't forget, you're important here. You know, you don't have to be important everywhere to be important. Because the content is unfocused. Unfocused, schmunfocused. Schmunfocused. That's what this content is. It's not unfocused, it's schmunfocused. Everybody knows that. No, you're right. Everyone's right. I don't want to change my ways. I want my ways to suddenly start working. Well, yeah, maybe. It's not that I'm too lazy to put in the work. It's that I have a lot of trouble applying myself consistently to one thing. So, for example, I did an edited video that I put a lot of time in and edited quite nicely. My jokes and stuff called whale recipe or something. I don't remember. That video required a lot of effort and time to complete, and it's got fewer views than just about anything I do. You know why? I'm not sure why. It's a better video in the sense that it's edited and all that stuff, but it's a lot fewer views. So it's like I've not found that in terms of video making, the amount of effort you put into the video correlates. I mean, I've done a lot of series of different series of videos over the time I've done this channel. I've had lots of series. I used to have playlists for them all and stuff, but you know, it's hard for me to just sort of stick with that idea forever, you know. And right. I do sometimes upload videos I take on my phone, which are usually pretty high quality. What do people even like anymore? I mean, the thing is, that's the deal. It's like, yeah, Andy, I was talking with Rachel about this too. It's like, I'm aware of the fact that I've got a lot of ideas about typology that I could now start generating typology videos, uploaded videos instead of live streams again. And those would do probably pretty well. And probably go a long way in starting to generate some more subscribers if YouTube's promoting me at all anymore. It's just hard to say. Split my channel. Well, see, that's not, it's like, Killer Bean, what's that? Yeah, there's all sorts of suggestions of things I could do. Yeah. Exactly. I need somebody who's in charge of that end of stuff and who's willing to do it and does it. And of course, I'm really not making any money at all from this channel right now, so whatever. Well, you know, you get a very clear sense of how little NI is predominant around YouTube by the fact that different things can, like, there are totally different kinds of things can hit and or not, you know. It's like, it's hard to say why this example of Mia hitting at 1 million views and this example of Mia is very similar. It didn't work at all. Hard to say. Hard to say. The problem is people like ISxJ have wrecking his reputation. Wrecking whose reputation? I mean, the thing is this. What's always going to happen is what's happening right now. We can't. My reputation? I mean, I don't feel like my reputation is being wrecked at all. Who knows? I don't know. I'm tired now. All of a sudden, I'm gonna go over here and smoke a cigarette by the door, and well, yeah, it's possible. The other thing is, a very good thing that I could do is make videos typing famous people, because a lot of people will say, like, INFJ, famous INFJ people, famous INFJs, and that'll pop up on my channel. That's how Rachel found me, was famous Enneagram 7 type 7 or 784 or something. I think she identified herself as the same Enneagram type as me. See, here's the thing. Even though I'm sort of an acquired taste, I don't have that sort of broad kind of things. I'm not doing things right, etc. Yeah, it does. That does. But I get bored talking about typology. It's like I don't know, whatever. The point is, I would still think that over time, because I'm doing this so much, and there's so many opportunities for random people to drop in, and some people occasionally would be interested enough to be subscribers, that I kind of grow a little faster than I am maybe with the live streaming, because well, forget about the channel for a second. I'm just talking about the live streaming. Everybody's live stream is inherently haphazard because you're just talking about various things for a stretch of time. What I've heard from people around here is that they appreciate that I'm interacting with the chat a lot. That's my basic what I'm doing here. So if in fact that is a good thing to do, and that sets me apart somewhat from other live streamers who don't interact with the chat this much, then that modality should work. Well, I mean, but look, Elbow Wolf Rose, you're not responding to what I'm saying right there. It's that I'm, to the extent that the live stream is scattered, it's because I'm taking an approach that I think is a desirable approach to take. And so I don't think that people would necessarily critique the live streams for being scattered, because it's kind of what they are, Yeah, I should upload more pre-recorded videos. Right now I'm sort of in this weird waiting phase, waiting for Rachel. Like, I feel like when I get Rachel here, then like something will happen. It'll make me think about making a video, and I'll want to make it so I can show Rachel that she's here and I can ask her and stuff. And I feel like I'm just waiting for Rachel to get here, basically. Demonstrative functions. I may or may not have a video on it. You search under demonstrative or 6 slot. Not necessarily. She has varying degrees of interest in being involved in varying things. But I definitely, she's involved, whether she's actively involved in the content making or not, just because, man. No, you just search the channel. You just use the channel search. It's not very difficult. But I get your point. I mean, I'm aware that it's so daunting a body of work that it's not even, it's not a meaningful thing to even access in some sense, for the live streams especially. No, I didn't hear from Frank James. I left a response to, he commented on one of the videos. I left a response to his comment. He did not reply back to that, but I don't take any meaning out of that fact that he didn't reply to my comment. In my comment, I asked him, like, hey, I'd like to interview you. Would you be down? Would that be cool? And he didn't reply to that, but I don't take from that he's sort of tacitly saying no, because I think he's got lost in his, he must get his bell with comments must just be like impossible for him to find that. You know what I'm saying? I need a break to think about it. I need a break. I mean, I'm not really looking for any particular guidance here. I was just sort of musing that, I don't really necessarily want to do anything differently. Yeah, he's a busy man. He is popular. He's very popular. He's got over 100,000 subscribers. I'm not sure exactly how many, but he's got a lot. Ruffle. I found that any questions I have are more easily answered by directly asking me. Yeah, that's true. If you got specific questions, I usually can answer them. 200 plus. Wow, that's a lot. He's a pretty big guy. Pretty important YouTuber. That's the funny thing. It's like, and so, why do people go like, ah? Because somebody's got a YouTube channel. I mean, come on. It's silly. But I appreciate it, obviously. I'm trying to get whatever little last hairs I might have on the bridge of my nose here. It's hard to get myself. I like to get Rachel to get it with a magnifying glass and some, that sort of stuff. Yeah. 13K when I first watched. It was less than that when I first watched. He was relatively close to me for a stretch of time. And I was like, one of these people is doing it right. Is it me? I said. No, Eric, it's not. Aw. Manatee. I'd say to that. Manatee. Stephen Brain is pulling out all my teeth now. He's yanking them one at a time. Pull, pull, pull. Replace with a fake tooth. Then pull, pull, pull. Replace with the fake tooth. Then pull, pull, pull. Replace with the fake tooth. Then na 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 na. Yeah, I agree. Octavia. Big sneezes for little Eric. It's there, I think. It was last time I looked. I've got such a wonderful feeling tonight. I'm feeling like smoking a cigarette. And I'm going to the door over there, where I'll smoke a cigarette in the stairs. Smashing that bug, trying to smash that bug. Smashing that bug, smashing that bug, smashing that bug. Well, that's certainly a lot better. I did a little stash trim. If you've never done a stash trim, you're missing out. Yeah, trim that stash, bro. Oh my god, it's some good stash trim. I'm loving it. McDonald's manscaping, bro. Stash trim 2020. Woo! Take that, coronavirus. wonder how this is affecting my clients. I would guess LA Phil's not playing now. I wonder if they're still getting paid. You know, that might affect my amount of work. If Jeffrey's school got canceled, then I'd probably get more work unless they were not getting paid, in which case I'd probably get less. Everybody hurry up and panic. Everybody unnecessarily freak out now. Everybody hurry up and panic. Ow, hey, wow, get out of the way. I'm buying that toilet paper. First, you get out of my way. The insanity of the peoples of the world continues to astonish me again and again. Oh, insane peoples of the world, why so insane? I got an idea. How about we be a little bit more sane, a little less insane? What do you say? Who's with me? Come on, guys. We can do it. There. That should solve the problem. I just solved coronavirus, everybody. Turned out all it took was a little bit of flatulence. All of a sudden, everything makes sense now. Before, nothing made sense. Now, everything makes sense. Why? My butt. My butthole. That's why. It spoke wisdom to you. From the buttholes of Eric come words of wisdom. Listen, everybody. It speaks. It speaks. Well, not right this second, it doesn't. It's silent at the moment, but it'll speak again, I'm sure, soon. Wise are they who obey the butthole, and the words it speaks unto them. Turn your ears to the butthole and let it speak. Hear its words. Cherish them. Wonder at their wisdom and glory. Nicholas Watson, did you hear the wisdom of my butthole? I hope so. A lover for Rose. Finally, you realize those books you've been reading. Throw them all away. Listen to my butthole instead. It speaks words. You're writing an argumentative paper about a subject I don't agree with because I want a good grade. Is that immoral? That is moral. M. No problem. No problem at all. Arguments are things one makes conditionally, not absolutely. Now listen, I should warn you. My butthole can be quite the scoldy Susan. You're off to buy some essential oils? Okay, well, don't accidentally pick up any non-essential oils while you're out. That'd be a waste. I probably smokes 3 packs a day and drinks tons of alcohol and bipolar. I don't think that's an antipolar thing. No, it's not itchy. It's just talkative today. It's very talkative. Who's got essential oils? Everybody's got their essential oils? Which oils are essential to me? Is cod liver oil essential? That's a good idea. Prints of Baby Yoda on masks that you sell. Perfect. I love that idea. ENTJs do things like get addicted to benzos and then put themselves in a medically induced coma and get brain damage. I feel so bad for Jordan Peterson. Like, Down goes another false prophet. I don't know. See, that's the thing. I've sent things, yes. Listen, Nicholas Shea, aromatherapy is the future. It is the future. Most people, when they have any kind of problem in life, it's due to the fact that they're not smelling enough sandalwood. Have you all been smelling sandalwood today? Has anybody done their sandalwood smelling? It's pretty important. Napoleon probably an ISxJ, yeah, would make sense. Butthole cologne? Well, Stephen Rain, we could add that to my company. I'm planning on starting a company of male genital freshening spray to complement the Summer's Eve category of products that are available for women. He's up on regular sandals, right? Yeah, well, that's another possibility. The thing is, my dad told me a funny story today, where he was on the phone with my aunt Evelyn, and she related a story and said, "Do you remember one time you were here with Jane?" Which the way she told the story convinced me. Yep, INFJ. I've been kind of going back and forth with my aunt's an INFJ or an ENFJ. She's an INFJ. She's got a little bit more SI than an ENFJ would, I think. Anyway, you remember the time that you and Jane came, and my aunt is Evil Lynn? No, Evelyn is her name. And anyway, you came here and you noticed my calming cream, and you said, "Calming cream, huh?" And I said, "Yeah." And you said, "That doesn't work on Jane." Mom was rather anxious. Oh, difficult to calm down or whatever. I just thought it was funny that there's a product for women called calming cream. What's it supposed to calm? You quit smoking and put on 7 kilograms? I mean, the worst part about quitting smoking and where you are is obviously you have to convert to metric. Fortunately, when I put on weight, I put on pounds like a regular human being. See, my Aunt Evelyn doesn't do much of that. My dad's an SI tool user, but my Aunt Evelyn, I think, is pretty clear she's an INFJ. And well, you're still young, Cloud, and those things are easier to do when you're young. Which is weaker, 8th or 4th? I think weaker or stronger is the wrong term to use there. Your 8th slot is very effective for your own purposes, but useless for other people's purposes. Your 4th slot is a relief function for you, and so you don't like having others do expectations of it for you. So it's like my 4th slot is a function I tend to avoid more when I ought not than my 8th slot. I'll tend to when I ought to be doing my 4th slot, I'll tend to go 8th slot because I'm trying to keep doing my dominant, and so yeah, that's what I'd say about that. It's the 8th slot activates to enable the 1st to happen. When you're overindulging in the 1st, then your 8th is doing whatever it's doing to support the 1st, but it's not doing anything else. And your 4th will come in and replace the 8th and the 1st and say, "Okay, come on now." So really, when people say, "Well, you're being too haphazard in your channel" or whatever, what they're saying is not so much you're not TEing well enough. They're saying you're not SIing well. You're not organizing and dealing with the resources or the objects you create, the stuff that as you make it, as you go along, you're not making the most out of anything. You're not making the most of it out of the resources. And that's kind of an SI thing. It's like taking advantage of existing resources. Cloud is not an ISFP. He's an ASFP. I don't worry about weight gain. I can't put on weight no matter what I do. What is 7 slot SC? That's just means you have a lot of trouble with completing things and following through on things and deciding things. Is perceived helplessness or continued failure without progress a worse state to be in? Well, I don't think they're exclusive of each other. I mean, being perceived by other people as helpless? I'm not sure. You have to explain that a little bit more to me. I feel like I'm bipolar, but I think I can use it well. I just don't care for it. I spend a lot of time around it if I don't. Well, I think I use it well for my own purposes. What it means to be bipolar really is to fail to think to put yourself in the other person's shoes. So when I'm like, but why would it be meow when it's meow? I'm not thinking, hey, maybe this other person feels intimidated, feels shut down, feels whatever. I'm not worrying about that at all. I'm focusing on the language and saying, well, I don't care how they feel. They said meow, you know? So that's what it means to be bipolar. You're not going to think about that yourself. Somebody's going to probably point that out to you. And then you'll be like, well, fuck their feelings, you know? As a statement ENTPs end up saying periodically is fuck their feelings then. Because I'm speaking the truth about their words and they need to respond to that. And if their feelings are preventing that from happening, then fuck their feelings is something an ENTP is in general going to find themselves saying periodically. I love it for us. Listen, I just want to get real here for a second and say, brother, I respect you, so fuck your feelings, okay? Eric Moore, listen, I respect you enough as well to say fuck your feelings, okay? That's what it means to respect somebody, to not care about their feelings at all. Yep, that's respect. I'm joking, feelings people. I'm joking. I care about your feelings a lot. I do. I care about Octavio Silva's feelings because I know he's a feeling person. I can just, when Octavio Silva shows up, I have to wipe off the screen here because it starts to steam up a bit from the moisture. He brings a lot of dampness. He seeps a lot of dampness while he's here. That is a good example. That's a tricky question. It depends how. I mean, look, if you're trying to get sober and you're failing to stay sober, or failing to stay clean, and that causes you to go fuck trying anymore because it's too hard or whatever, there's a frame problem somewhere as well as other things. It's like the problem with the way that the discourse is about addiction and stuff is there's not really any talking with people about starting with the conversation by saying, look, you're still going to need some head change. We're going to need to figure this out. This particular drug's not working for you, and it's fucking up your life. So this drug's got to be out at this point entirely for at least a stretch. You may or may not be able to handle doing it again. But I mean, I would begin every drug and alcohol treatment program with an instruction that they need to start smoking weed. You know, Countess, you are not an INFP. You've never been an INFP. There's never been an INFP that's anything like you in the history of the world. Who do you think you are? Someone specific, but no one in particular? Me? Yeah. Well, no. I think I am someone specific and someone in particular. I'm Eric. I'm host Eric, host Talking with Famous People. I love my cat as well. I'm not an F-I-dom. I know when my dog died, I was torn apart. Well, that's a fair critique, Cloud. Fair critique, and nevertheless, I'm right. Do I have a framed picture of my cat? No, but I have a framed picture of your cat. So are you saying I love my cat less because I don't have a framed picture of her and she's still alive? And that's not a good metric, you know. That's a dumb metric. I'm so low energy and slow right now, and it's strange. It feels like 9/11, like, you know, like the world shut down. We're just killing time, waiting for shit to start up again. Strange. Eric Moore, I know that is weird, right? Who else has a framed picture of Candace's cat? This could be one of those weird kind of like Bermuda Triangle things. Have you lost a lot of framed pictures of your cat, Countess? Maybe they've appeared in people's houses. I never knew how that got here. I just said Countess's cat written on the back of it. Love Countess. No. But I've been wondering what this framed picture of someone's scrotum is. It might be yours. Is yours wrinkly and hairy? Is it unlike INFP to be spontaneous? It depends what you mean by spontaneous. It's like they're spontaneous about, I guess you'd say like wordplay, verbal games, other kind of games that involve people close to them and stuff. Spontaneous about what to do when we're hanging out or whatever. It's 12 p.m. and I'm bored. Let's go to the store kind of spontaneity. That's very possible. Yeah, certainly. That's a nice pleasant kind of spontaneous. If you're saying are they spontaneous about undertaking big things, no. If they do, they won't persist in them very long. I'm in the desert and I'm getting a tin of rain pouring down outside. This does not compute. It doesn't. A tin of rain, like a pie tin's worth of rain, that's not very much. Oh, wait, do you mean a ton of rain, maybe? How much rain is in a ton? Probably not that much, really. I bet you're getting more than a ton of rain. You're getting many tons. I bet you're getting megatons of rain. Life feels like a choice between boredom and struggle. That's a great quote, Bacon. It really is. A more positive way to put it is between comfort and effort, or something like that. 10 inches of rain. That's a lot of rain. You get some cheap plane tickets now. Tell you that. Are you definitely introverted if it's a struggle to leave the house? The world is harsh. Decent chance. I wouldn't say definitely. There are times when I'm not in any sort of mood to leave the house. I'm not a particularly leave the house kind of guy. I wonder what I would be like if I weren't doing this. If I didn't have this outlet of talking to all these different people. Like I'm tired. I'm not especially in any kind of enthusiastic mood. I'm not feeling on in any sense. But this is just such a pleasant momentum to it, I find myself just going like, keep on going, because why stop? There's nothing uncomfortable about it. It's easy squeezy. Yeah. If I didn't have a YouTube channel, if I didn't have this outlet of talking to people, I'd probably have more active contact with the IRL people in my life, and I'd probably yammer their ears off more and stuff. But this YouTube channel changed my life dramatically. I went from feeling like I was in this sort of isolated, insular world to a much broader world where I can talk to lots of different people and do different things. And So, NTP is 36, 24, 34. So if that's not your size, you might not fit into it. Is that a pants size? 36, 24, 34? My pants sound like they're around that size. I got, I think, 34 waist, 36 length, maybe? I'm not sure. You do not sound like an FI dom to me, but going out on a limb there still sounds like it's conscious, though. It's brave just starting a channel. It didn't feel brave to me at all. It felt the thing I had to do to get myself to roll on the thing was this. I had to tell myself, you are not going to care about audience at all. This is just a place where you're going to talk out your various thoughts and ideas that you're currently recording on audio and putting nowhere in particular. You might as well do videos instead. And for this place here, YouTube will just sort of is a place where you can dump all this shit. And you don't have to worry about what you're doing with anything you make, you know. And in order to relax myself, in order to get myself to regularly upload without worrying about how they were responded to, I just told myself, look, be exceedingly boring. You're just making notes, talk for an hour, whatever. What I ended up calling Eric's philosophy talk videos for a while. And then, you know, I got accustomed to that as a sort of video journaling, philosophy, ideational platform. Eventually, I started making MBTI videos because I made one or two that did better than my other videos. So I'm mad. The thing about this is, it boils down to this. In my current capacity, the way I'm doing YouTube right now, people have to be either interested in the topic. For videos that aren't MBTI, people have to be either interested in the topic or find me entertaining. But if I wanted to maximize my appeal universally, I need to additionally link to people that say, for people who are interested in themselves, that they find your videos more. It's like, so if you're an INFJ and you go, you know, INFJ, information about INFJs, and a video pops up fairly high in the search results that says like 15 funny quirks about INFJs or whatever, then that video is going to get a lot of views because it's not linking to a subject, it's not linking to me, it's linking to the person who's watching the video. Thanks, Winston's mom. I appreciate it. Countess, I've ignored your trolling because why? Because, you know, it's not worth meowing about, you know. Your ESFJ mother is often frustrated with the status quo. Well, yeah, ESFJ seems to have this thing where they've constantly got to be working on. So at least this is one of the problems I had with my ex ESFJ wife is she always wanted to work on the relationship. And so I adjust according to what she said was an issue or whatever. I say, okay, there, now we're good, right? Nope, new thing to work on. We never stopped working on it. It was never fixed, right? Or relationships take work, Eric. The truth is they don't. Good relationships don't take any work at all. Rachel's and my relationship takes zero work. I think it's important to maintain a healthy community for the primary viewer being here for you. I've seen communities who hate the producer and just demand subjects. It's quite depressing. That does sound depressing. I don't want to be hated. No, Candace, I said you were strolling to go bowling. I said you were strolling or bowling. I'm not sure which. Perhaps mulling something over. That only happens if the producer is a sucky person. A sucky persons list. We should put together a sucky persons list for the TSA so they know who not to let on airplanes. Well, you appear to be perfectly safe, but you are a sucky person. Yes, damn it, I thought you were trolling. Yeah, I did. I thought you were trolling. You might not be trolling. Yes, I said you were trolling. You might not actually be trolling. You might just be anti-polar. That could sound a lot like trolling. The work is trying to smooth that incompatibility. That's right. That's what I want to talk about. So racially, at this point, we don't fight. It's no effort. It's just pure happiness with each other, and just like wanting to high five all the time. Now you might say that that's temporary or something, or this is the honeymoon phase or something. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's not. We are the proverbial soulmates. It's uh-oh. Uh-oh. Candace is done with me this time. She is done. Finished. She can't talk about typology. You can talk about typology all you want, Countess. Are you saying if I can't force you to talk about typology, Eric? this is not Countess's first. What am I, a fucking asshole? We'll work with your enemies to take me down. Okay, Countess, go ahead. What the hell did I do? Said you were trolling when you're talking about being an FI Dom. You're obviously not an FI Dom. For God's sakes. No, Countess just freaks out very ugly. Short fuse indeed. Jiminy Crickets. Before I know it, I'm going to have another spite monkey on my hands. Everyone determined to take down Eric. It's like, why? It's like, Jesus, people are. And the funny thing is, I've never done anything to anybody to deserve this, like to deserve the spite. It's always just bullshit. How dare you say I was trolling? Well, seems to me you're obviously not an FI Dom. You do troll quite a bit. It's not like outrageous to think that you might troll. You're always coming in here with different identities, pretending to be different people. I mean, come on. Right? Why is that a big SI breach of protocol with her? To say that she must have been trolling to call herself an FI Dom? I'm a child. I'm actually trans-ageal, Cloud. I go from childhood to adulthood and back again. Yeah, so when you get a spite monkey, you really get a spite monkey who just hangs in there. I've been amazed at how spiteful your monkeys are and for how long they spite. Yeah, I know. I must be doing something right. It's interesting. Do you know that they have three people that have Napoleon Bonaparte's well-preserved genitalia? I didn't know that. Is that true, Nicholas Watson? Why are they in the possession of three people? They have one ball, and one penis? Or what? Don't I get anything? I don't know. They trauma bond to you. Trauma bond? Is that an expression or did you just make it up right now? Does it mean something like specific? I'm curious as to what trauma bonding is, if that's a regular word. I've never enjoyed the feelings that anger or spite or any form of hate evoke in me, and I can't imagine doing hate as a form of sport. There's a time in my life when I got off on groupism, like those goddamn conservatives or whatever. And I didn't like the way it made me feel overall. And eventually I realized I'm going to stop doing this to myself. There's nothing to be gained about it. I get all angry and I'd write some angry thing. And, nowadays I get mad. I vent about it on the internet. And it's out of me. It's a lot better than I don't spend time looking for things to get mad about. That's the big difference. Nowadays, when my mad is occurring, it's naturally occurring. I'm not Googling things like police brutality just so I can read articles about it and get upset and then rant about the police or whatever. It's like something's got to throw itself in my face. I'm trying to avoid shit that makes me mad. I'm trying to avoid shit that makes me feel sad too, Anger is awful. Anger I don't find awful if it's naturally occurring and I'm righteous. Sadness is, you know what? I don't even find sadness awful. But jealousy is the worst emotion. Yeah, jealousy is a bad one. If it's a distinct emotion, for sure. That's fine. She has to be back or not. Maybe she'll align herself with the spite monkeys. Who knows? I doubt it. It's not like she had any good reason to. Like today, you just feel sad for no reason. You can't work it out. And the thing is, sometimes when we're sad, it's just a matter of SI stuff. We need to eat, we need to drink, we need to nap, we need to whatever. Sometimes when we're sad, it's a matter of FI stuff more. Like we've got problems with relationships or, like WM, I act spiteful towards men I have a crush on because I have an attachment disorder that doesn't play out in any other situation. Ghost Rider, that sounds like Kimberly. I've said that a lot about Kimberly, that she seemed to attack me in a way she didn't attack anybody else in life. I suspected it linked to me being her significant other. And, unlike the Spice Monkeys, I've always thought, well, Kimberly was fundamentally a good person that just for whatever reason was awful to me. Oh, urine. So urine. I was thinking all this stuff over there at the sink, all these things I wanted to. Oh, that's right. I remember now. So I'm struck by a scene that I remember. And the scene was in Kimberly's bathroom sometime after we broke up, not immediately after, but not very within like a week or something. And it was like the day when it sort of hit her and sunk in that we were done. That I wasn't going to be playing, let's flirt and have sex again thing. And she was crying in the bathtub. I was crying, and she was saying, like, what am I going to do now? And all that sort of stuff. And it was so sad. And I said, Kimberly, it's like this whole time I've been saying to you, if you don't treat me nice and stuff, it's kind of okay. Then, we're going to end up splitting up, and I don't want to leave you hanging or anything, but why didn't you listen to me at any point, And she said she would try, this is referring to the stretch time shortly before we ended up breaking up, maybe a few weeks or months before that. She would try so hard to not say something shitty to me. Maybe be successful for hours, and then it would just bust out of her. And by the end, of course, I was on a hair trigger about that shit, trying to extinguish that behavior. And I just felt so sad because it's like she didn't want to lose me, and she couldn't help herself, and I couldn't get through to her. She didn't she never listened to me. She wouldn't work with me ever. I tried and tried and tried. And it's like, by the end, I guess I didn't feel too bad because I had given her so many, even after I broke up with her, I'm like, Kimberly, do you want to talk to me about this? Do you want to ask me to stay or something? Did I see what? What am I looking at? My daughter's not that tall. She's 6 foot something. Can a 5'7" tall man have a 6 foot tall son? Well, I'm taller than my dad. My dad was 6'1". I'm 6'4". So I mean, everybody has trauma, but it plays out really differently when somebody can trust adequately. Like Rachel has some trauma, but she's willing to and able to trust. I saw what? What am I supposed to not see or whatever? Oh, that comment that got removed? Did it say that you removed it? Is that what it said? You removed it, but it's not actually you who removed it? I see, Christian Carter, your comment. Yeah. Is that what you're talking about? Octavio? Horsemonger is not here. Horsemonger removed it. Weird. Just like Rachel removed something before. I have no idea. At least he's on. Kenzie, you have a growth spurt? The weird thing also is it's removing shit that it's like random thing. It's like there's nothing why there was no reason to remove that comment at all, you know? Seems to be a random comment. Weird. Finally out of exam hall, huh? Thank God King Jen Christian Summer for you. That test was interminable. Okay, well. There was no reason to remove that one, though. Even if he were here and lurking, there was absolutely no reason to remove that comment. I looked at it and it was totally okay comment. He was talking about being encouraged to be a less healthy version of himself. I could read it out loud. Just see if I haven't gone too far away from it now. I used to exhibit my third and fourth functions normally. I wasn't feeling good in that part of my life, yet people applauded me for being quote unquote unhealthy. So in other words, he's saying when he was overemphasizing his later two functions, yeah, I just did, Christian Curry. Then people were applauding that sort of unhealthy display of himself instead of trying to encourage him to be more healthy version of himself. That's how I interpreted that comment, right? Christian Carter, regardless how you interpret it, there's no reason why anybody would remove it, right? It's obviously not like controversial in any way. I know that's a little spooky, right? That kind of shit's spooky because I agree. Horse Mumbler did not remove that. Those people were seemingly unhealthy too. Well, this is what happened to Rachel, Christian Carter. You're telling Rachel's story here. Rachel was in a home that was trying to force her to be different than she naturally was and trying to pathologize her being and basically tell her there's something wrong with her all the time. And I've assisted in getting some justice for that at this point. You don't know me. Which type is famous for the statement about their own type, using it the statement, "You don't know me." To which types is that statement link? I'll give you guys 3 guesses. I'm not saying he can't be ISFP. I'm saying I don't think he is. I think he's an ESFP. Do I have to agree with them? When people do that, they don't even know they're doing it. They assume that's their role, is to be the person who needs their guidance and control. Well, to the extent that they are engaging in ontological assault, as they were with Rachel, then they get my foot up their ass, because that's not okay. And I'm a ass put up footer. I seem very bitter. Really? Can you please give me examples of how I seem bitter? Which aspects of my display indicate bitterness to you? Mm-hmm. Of course, something's wrong, Mike Hart. The virus, obviously. They've canceled all the basketball games. They've canceled all the sports. They've canceled everything. What else am I going to do except sit around here and live stream? I'm probably going to go to bed pretty soon. It's 11 o'clock now. More concerned than bitter. I don't feel bitter at all, to be honest. I'm curious about this is I think strawberry or yeah, strawberry. Could be cherry. Maybe it is cherry. I'm not really good with flavors. I want to know more about my bitterness, because I really don't think I'm bitter, as far as I can tell. I feel pretty grateful in general about life. I feel thankful that I'm fortunate, I'm safe, that shit's going crazy in the world, but we're not paycheck to paycheck, and things are gonna be fine. Assuming the whole bottom doesn't fall out of everything, things are gonna be fine. The thing is, life has, through luck as much as anything else, enabled me to play a lot. And really what I want to do is play a lot. So it's hard for me to be bitter. It's really hard for me to be bitter with all the just general, like this. Being able to be here and people come and talk to me, and I'm the center of attention, and it's like, what more does any people really want? It's great. Luis Tizan believes in God, but thinks that the devil is not real, just a myth, an urban legend. Well, evil's not an urban legend. So Bye, El Lobo. Who has 10,000 subs? I'm not sensing impending doom at all. I'm sensing what's going to happen here is everyone's going to be all like hunkered down for a couple of days, a few days, and then people are going to start thinking like, okay, well, what the fuck here? Nothing's happening. And you can only maintain the steam of scaremongering, fear-mongering for so long before people just start going, okay, fuck it. We're going out and we're going to go do shit. You know? What I see happening is in the aftermath of this, there being a big, like, sort of reckoning with the economic consequences of it. There'll also be a lot of pent up demand, so there's going to be a sudden burst of economic activity at the end of it that will sustain probably into the early summer. To the extent that they foolishly continue to close shit down, people will find other things to do, etc. Give it a month. I agree with Eric more. Probably coffee flavored. ISxJ is vanilla or cream soda. Yeah. ISFJs are daiquiri ice freeze. I'll go with Zandy on the ENFPs. Cherry flavor. ENFPs, you get cherry. INTJ's flavor. Green tea. No, ISFJs are vanilla flavored. ENFJs are rainbow sherbet. ENFJs are either orange sherbet or rainbow sherbet. I'm not sure. Yeah, you earn sherbet status. Acai berry and green tea. Green tea acai. Green tea acai gelato. ISxJ's flavor is Rocky Road, which is the quintessential NI. Acai, oh, whatever. ISxJ's Rocky Road, which is the quintessential NI polar flavor. It's chocolate. It's marshmallows. It's got little nuts in it. It's whatever it is. It's whatever in there. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette, and then we're gonna have some lie down time. Okay. Lie down time is gonna be the time where I lie down and prepare for my sleeping times, which means once I lie down, ISxJ is whiskey flavored. Okay. That's a pretty good flavor for ISxJ. Excuse me, I think you misspelled your sign here on the rum raisin. It says, yeah, we don't carry rum raisin. Yeah, it's cum raisin. Cum raisin ice cream. You got it right. No, we didn't misspell that. Okay, so you mean like come here raisin? No, we mean like man seed raisin. It's the two flavors are human semen and raisins. I see. Is it a big seller? Oh, you'd be surprised. Not really. When my brother and I came up with this, when my brothers and I came up with this, I got 6 brothers, okay? It seemed like a grand slam, a hit, come raisin, why not? Why not? We got plenty of extra man seed lying around. But turns out you want a sample? No, thank you. I'm going to pass on the cum raisin, actually. In fact, I think I'm going to get ice cream someplace else. Wait, but hold on. We got a sale on cum raisin. Oh, wait. Try the Rocky Chode. Don't go. We got your black walnuts ice cream. We got your Rocky Chode. We got your cum raisin. I don't know why we're not selling any ice cream around here. We got your gold medal rub one. Jamocha almond semen. which seems like a surefire hit. Jamocha Seaman Fudge. Jamocha Seaman Fudge is one of our what we thought was going to be a hit. We thought it was going to be a bestseller. Of course, we got regular penis flavored ice cream as well. You know, we don't have anybody buying the standards, the penis, the scrotum. We got both flavors, obviously. Nobody's buying them. I don't know why. Was it the strangest ice cream store today, Marcy? You know, the flavors they had like 10 flavors. They had penis, scrotum, rocky chode, cum raisin. It was a strange place. I can't believe they in business. I mean, they just opened. They're probably not gonna stay in business for very long. I'll tell you that. I didn't want to eat any of the ice cream there. That's for sure. The whole time I was in there, the guy was staring at my tits too. I'll tell you. It's like, excuse me, my eyes are up here. He asked me if I'd be interested in contributing to a new product, Mother's Milk. Mother's Milk ice cream. I wonder if anybody's made before human milk ice cream. You think? I would like to try that. Human milk, human ice cream. Humana cream, they call it. Humana cream. Oh my gosh, have you tried Humana cream? I picture all these lactating women sitting in a barn with machines hooked up to their boobs to pull all the milk out to make. Yeah, I turned off the lights. You know what? Maybe I'll turn this light back on, actually. Turn this thing this way. It's still a little too bright for me, I think. I need a little night light so you guys can still see me without having to turn on a big light. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, yeah. These are the questions that have befuddled scholars for thousands of years. Questions like, has there ever been a more beautiful kitty? And, oh my God, that kitty's so wonderful. Those kind of questions. Important questions. The kind of questions mom and dad just can't answer. Listen, Mom, Dad, I'm tired of asking you questions you can't answer. That's why I've gone to visit Eric's live stream. He answers questions that nobody asks all the time. And questions people do ask, and he answers them in ways that they sometimes like. Sometimes he's even serious in his answers. Other times, not so much. But you know what I like about him? When there's a problem, a real problem, he solves it. Like right now, this lighting issue was a problem, not so much anymore. Why not? Because, yeah, candle. That's right. I got a candle. I got a beautiful candle over there. See? You see all the light from the candle over there? Isn't that nice? Isn't that sweet? That is adorable. Bedtime. So we're going to talk ourselves to sleep now. I'm going to tell you a wonderful story. You know, I wish Kitty were over here. Yeah, I do want Kitty to come over here. We're going to do that and go pet Kitty, bother her and wake her up, and then hopefully The problem is I only have one shelf, which is got a big enough space. I could put it more like right here, I guess. That would help a little bit, maybe. Oh, yeah. Let me pet Kitty now. Kitty, will you please come and love me? Daddy misses you. He needs you on the bed. And the live streamers want you to be there too. Oh, don't meow so mournfully at me. Come over here. Come here and love. Yes, it's loving times. It is. You're my loving times kitty friend. Come here. Yeah, Daddy wants to love you. You're still limping, huh? I'm sorry. Kitty hurt herself. Wow, she really hurt. Limping badly. Oh, my poor kitty. Yeah, Kitty hurt herself last night. Come here, baby. Special friend. Oh, my poor sweet darling. She was limping quite a bit on her back leg this time instead of her front leg. And she is, of course, a wonderful and beloved kitty friend. But, yes. She's a wonderful kitty friend. And her daddy loves her very much. Yes. I'm not sure what happened, but I'll tell you this much. The kitty fight at like 4 in the morning, she was missing in action all night long. And normally when she's not here in the evening and nighttime when I'm sleeping, I worry about her because this is an SI thing. Because one time when she was gone all night, she came back, she was limping. Well, now this is twice. So yeah. I worry about the kitty friend here a lot. She'll be right close to me now for a while because she's injured. As she recovers, I'll check her leg here in a day or two to make sure she doesn't seem to be in any active pain. She's sleeping just fine. She might have coronavirus, of course. That's always possible. Usually most problems these days are caused by that, I've noticed. That leg right there, huh? Oh, my sweet and beautiful kitty friend. I am so sorry you hurt yourself. My baby. Her front leg's fine now. No worse for the wear, apparently. But, yeah, her full name is actually Capillo. I should see the other kitty. I think she may have been trapped in the garage, or I don't know. But she's fine. She'll be okay. Hurts my heart to see her limping and stuff, injured. But nothing I can do about it. So I think here, to settle in for sleeping, before I go to sleep, I'm going to tell everybody a bedtime story. Let's see, what's the story I'm going to tell? Once upon a time, a long time ago, there was a magical kingdom at the foot of a tall mountain beside a dark forest. And atop a small hill that overlooked the ocean. There was a bay there, and there were lots of ships coming and going. It was a busy port, a shipping hub. And between the mountains and the forest was a single road that passed through a valley, past the mountains, and to the broad, flat inland below. But this particular mountainous region and forested region and shipping hub was all the dominion of the good King Regibald, Now, good King Reginald was a very old man, and he had 3 sons. And his youngest son was just a newborn baby. And his name was Jurgen. Now, the 2 older sons were fraternal twins. The oldest of them was named Bark, and the slightly younger one was named Thark. Now, Bark and Thark had long competed for their father's favor. The good King Reginald often said to them, "Sons, sons, Bark and Thark." Thark, listen, you need to stop being so competitive with Bark. Yes, Bark's a little bit older than you are, but you know how I am about meritocracy. I'm not going to afford him any special treatment because he's slightly older. I disapprove of those sort of traditions. I am, after all, a good king, wise and just and true. Well, Thark listened to his father and tried to take it to heart and tried to be nice to Bark. And one day at lunch he said, "Hey, Bark, would you like one of these graham crackers?" And Bark says, "No, I don't want any graham crackers." But Thark was a little bit offended. But he thought, well, maybe he doesn't like graham crackers. So then Thark said to him, "Well, how about some of my cottage cheese? Would you like some cottage cheese?" And Bark's like, "No!" He threw down his spoon on the table. "I don't want your cottage cheese. I don't want your graham crackers." And Thark's like, "Whoa, hold on there, bro. What's the problem? You never talked to me like that before." And Bark's like, "It's this damn family. I can't stand it. This you and me. And you always offered me shit like graham crackers." And Thark's like, "I never offered you anything before. I never offered you any graham crackers." And then Bark's like, "Well, the other thing is, Jurgen, our newborn baby brother, why is he even in this story?" So anyway, Thark had to agree with that one. He's like, "Yeah, I don't even know why he's in this story. Maybe he's going to play an important role at some point, do you think?" And Bark's like, "He's a newborn baby. What kind of important role could he play?" And Thark's like, "Bro, you know what? You're right. I tell you what, why don't we go sword fight outside to practice our swordsmanships, and afterwards, I'll try to find something that you do want to eat. You don't like graham crackers? Fine. You don't like cottage cheese? Fine. I also like olives. Do you like olives?" And Bart's like, "I'm your fraternal twin brother. Jesus, dude, we were born together. I know you like olives. You know I don't like olives." "Well, listen," said Thark. "I'm not trying to tell you what to eat. I'm just saying, maybe I'm giving you a chance to renew yourself, renew your vows with olives." And Bark's like, "Renew my vows with olives? Dude, why do you always talk like that?" And Bark's like, "I don't know. I just think it's a colorful metaphor." And Bark's like, "Shh. This is the problem, dude. This is why you and I don't see eye to eye." And Bark's like, "Well, do you still want a sword fight?" And Bark's like, "No, I don't even feel like sword fighting anymore. I'll talk to you later." And he stormed out and he left his mess on the table. Now, his dad, good King Reginald, he had a rule that the boys had to clean up after themselves because he didn't want to get them in the habit of being waited on by the scullery maids because he's a good King Reginald. So Thark gathered up his bowls and he his bowl, his brother's bowl, his, all shit, and he took it to the kitchen where he saw what's her name again? Chastity. Chastity was working in the kitchen there, and she was a scholar man. She was cleaning up some dishes, and he's like, "Hey, Chastity," and he recognized her from the back because she had on an apron that said Chastity on the back. He recognized that, but he hadn't really seen her for a while. You know, it'd been quite a long time. And when last he had seen her, you know, she was neck deep in soot and stuff. And prior to that, she had been fairly young. And when she turned around, there was no little girl anymore. Let me tell you, Chastity was 18 and buxom as a bag of boobs, which is pretty buxom, let me tell you. And so Thark, who was prone to sort of blurting things, I said, "Oh my God, Chastity, you got such big boobs." And Chastity is like, "Tee, yeah, I did." And he's like, "Well, I brought these bowls in here. Do you want me to wash them or can I just give them to you?" And she's like, "You could just give them to me because I'm washing these other dishes over here right now. Anyway." And so he gave her those bowls. And she said, "Thanks." And she put them over there and he started turning to go and he sort of hesitated. And she's like, "Why are you, is there something else? You need something else? Is there some other problem you got here? Why are you still chilling around here? Why haven't you walked out yet?" And he said, Nothing. Never mind. I'm sorry. And she's like, "It's okay. Just chill out. Hey. Let me guess. You're feeling a little bit bashful." And he said, "That is such the right word for this. I am feeling bashful. How did you know?" She said, "I can tell. I'm good at reading people's body language. And I can tell you were bashful because you're looking at the floor and you're drawing lines on the floor with your toe. That's a sure sign of bashfulness." And of course, Thark at the point realized he was doing that. He's like, "Oh my God, I am doing that. You are so observant." And she said, "Yeah, I really am observant." And he said, "I like observant." And she said, "Really? I like people who like observant." And he said, "That's cool. That's nice." And then he was kind of bashful again. He toed the floor, and she said, "So I guess you're the what do you do around here?" And he said, "Well, I'm the prince. I'm one of the two princes, you know." And she said, I already knew that actually. I'm not sure. I don't know why I asked you that." And he said, "I know. I feel a little bit awkward too." And then he looked up a little bit from the floor and he found his eyes landed on the big heaving chest. And she had on one of those old-fashioned medieval boob showing shirts with like the laces on it and everything. And it's like brown and white. You know what I'm talking about? She had on one of those things with the big old boobs everywhere. And he was like looking at this sort of like this big heaving heaves of cleavage. And he's like, she said, "What? I can't understand what you're saying." And he's like, "Oh my God, though, look at those titties." And she's like, "Dee, you're so funny." And she touched him on the shoulder. Now, Zark wasn't necessarily experienced with the ladies or anything, but even he knew that when a chick says, "You're so funny," and touches you on the shoulder, yeah, you are in like plan. So he's like, "Hey, have I ever shown you? You know what I mean? Would you be interested in seeing my ceremonial sheath for my sword? It's got like a lot of cool doodads on it and shit. It's like bedazzled, you know?" And she's like, "Well, sure." And like, because I'll show you. You want to come with me? It's up in my room. She said, "Well, I'm on this clock right now. Actually, I'm supposed to be washing these dishes. And he's like, Jesus. Because he couldn't really just be like, oh, you don't have to wash him because I'm the boss. Because he wasn't really the boss because he was, his dad was good King Reginald, so he didn't encourage that kind of shit. So he's like, okay, well, come on, here, I'll help you wash him real quick. And they started washing him, and, his hand rubbed against her hand, and then he splashed her boobs with a little bit of water from the sink. And they giggled and stuff. And pretty soon all the dishes were done. And he's like, well, come on, let me show you up to the scabbard I got up here. And so she's like, okay, well, I really need to tell the Chamberlain that I'm being asked to do something else or something. I don't know. So he's like, okay, all right, come on. So they went to talk to the Chamberlain, who was like the boss of all the people who work at the castle, right? And he's like, I need this scullery maid to help me with something right now. I have a and then the girl's like, he has some dirty dishes in his room, and he wants me to go wash them. And then the Chamberlain looked at him like, but there's no sink in your room, your Highness. The clerk's like, that's fine. I want her to wash them without water. That's my thing now. I feel as though a lot of diseases are caused because dishes are washed with these waters, and these waters carry who knows what kind of diseases in them. And that's why I prefer her to come. I don't even want my dishes to get even mixed up with those other dishes down there. I want her to come up here and wash them with just a dry towel and some elbow grease. I need her to do it in my room so they don't get exposed to any viruses because, as you may or may not know, there's a big virus problem happening right now in our kingdom. And the Chamberlain's like, I had no idea there was a virus spreading. And he's like, yeah, it's a cold of sorts. It's I don't want to catch any colds. I've got a lot of things planned for tomorrow, and I I need this woman's help now. Can you just let her go from her whatever job it is that she does? And she was, oh, of course, Your Highness. Yes, do as his Majesty says here. What was your name again? She says, my name was Chastity. Chastity's my name. And she was, oh yes, that's right, Chastity. Yes, you go do what the prince says, okay? You wash his dishes. That's your job, after all. And so they go, okay, good. Come on, Chastity. You come wash my dishes now. And they go up the stairs, and the Chamberlain kind of looks after them and thinks, I wonder. And he says, hold on one second. And they stop and they turn around and go, yes? You forgot your dish towel. How will you clean them? And Chastity goes, oh, yes, how foolish of me. Let me go get it. And she scurries off into the kitchen. And then the Prince Stark, he's just waiting at the foot of the stairs. Got his arms folded. He's kind of leaning against the pole there. And he's just like, in very not subtle fashion. But the Chamberlain, he's not quite sure what to make of this whole thing. But he has his suspicions, obviously, because he can see that Chastity has been graced with future back problems. Anyway, Chastity comes scurrying back out of the kitchen, and she's bouncing along here, and Thark says, okay, great, you got your dish towel? And she holds it and waves it at the chamber, I got my dish towel. And okay, thank you, we gotta hurry now. And he grabs her by the hand, and he starts running upstairs, and she's sort of following behind him. And the Chamberlain's The chamberlain just sort of watched them upstairs. So, okay, now they get to his room, and he goes in there, and he goes inside. He says, "Ah, yes, we're in here. Ah, dishes, dishes." And she's like, remember, there's not really any dishes up here for me to wash. You're here. You didn't bring me up here to wash dishes, remember? And he's like, oh, right. Oh, my scabbard. Yes, scabbard. And so they walk to the back room because he has a big room. It's got two parts separated by a wall that has a door in it, They go into the back room. He's got her behind him, and he's feeling pretty like, I'm going to take you to the tunnel. I'm going to make this pay, Dire Straits style, And lo and behold, he opens the door, and who's there sitting in his room? Bark. That's right. Bark's sitting there, and who does he have in his arms? Jurgen, the baby. And he says, "Ah, good, you brought a wet nurse. Woman, come here." And Chastity goes over, "Yes, Prince." And he hands the baby to Chastity and says, "Let this baby suck upon your bosom. It is mewling." And indeed, if you were to listen, you hear the Jurgens was making little sounds like, but it wasn't crying, And Chastity's like, well, go for it. Go down to it. And Thark says, hold on a second, Bark. You just hold on a second, mister. Let me talk to Chastity. Chastity, why do you have this baby here? Why do you have the baby? Bark says, you don't need to know that right now. I'm not going to tell you in front of this lady here. You get her breastfeeding that baby, and then I come back here and I'll tell you. So Thark says, okay, all right. Come on, Chastity, bring the baby. Come in here. Uh-oh. And they get in the other room, he closes the door. He's like, God, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is going on here? Why did Bark have to be here? And he says, okay, listen, can you just breastfeed this baby for a little while I go talk to my brother and get him out of here? Then I'll show you the scabbard. And she's like, I'm not lactating. I don't have any milk in my breasts. And he's like, oh, well, I mean, can the baby tell the difference? She's like, I'm pretty sure I've never had any babies before. I'm just a virginal and chaste 18-year-old scullery maid who's stacked as hell. He's like, well, listen, if the baby starts crying, just stick your tit in its mouth because I'm sure, it's going to make anybody happy. And she says, tee. And she takes her hand and she touches him on the shoulder and says, you're so funny. And he says, okay, well, can you just hold the baby right now? Let me go talk to my brother and see what the fuck's going on. She says, okay, I'll just sit over here on the bed with this baby. And she goes and does that. And then he goes back in the other room. He says, Bark, what are you doing? Why are you here? Why do you have Jurgen with you? Where's Dad? And where's the normal wet nurse? what are you doing? And he said, now listen, says Bark to Thark. Says, Thark, I'm tired of your pushback. I've got a plan here, okay? Like, okay, what's your plan? And he says, I'm going to ship the baby across the bay to the Isle of Defiance, the place where our mortal enemies, the deifies, live. And I'm going to then, I have a connection there. And he's going to hold on to the baby. And we're going to have a fake note sent that says, give me this much gold or we're going to kill your baby. And you don't want that to happen. So then Dad will pay all this gold and then we'll split it 3 ways. You, me, and this Dacian who have got on the including this others. And Thark said, Bark! You're talking about a fake kidnapping plot to extort money from Dad? And Bark said, exactly. Now I'm tired of being the second-class citizen around here. It's time for us to make our way to the big city with a whole bunch of gold, and we're going to go become, instead of princes, we're going to become a DJ and a rapper. You're going to DJ, I'm going to rap. We're going to be like minstrels. We're going to go from end to end. We're going to be banging all the end chicks. We're not going to be around here where like Dad's like, no, you can't fuck your way through the staff. That's not cool. You're sexually harassing them. Every time I try to bang a scholar, Dad's like, stop it. You got another complaint today. Stop trying to touch the ladies. Well, I'm tired of these restrictions. I want a bunch of gold, and I want some swords and some horses. I want to ride around the countryside. I want to fuck a bunch of bitches and play the lute. It's like, you don't even play the lute. It's like, when did you suddenly have this sudden instance of playing the lute? It's like, look, the lute's not the important part. I can learn the lute at any time. I could juggle. I could learn the lute. I could tell jokes. I could dance. And Thug's like, you can't even do any of those things, dude. You don't do any of those things. He's like, well, I'm going to learn them now. Well, those things take years to learn. You don't know how to do any of them yet at all. So it's going to take you years before you're ready to do this plan even. And Bark's like, well, no time because I already kidnapped the baby. And Clark's like, you didn't really kidnap it. You just put it back in its room. Well, but I mean, the wet nurse might have gotten up now. She might be checking for the baby. She might already be where it's gone. Or she might not, said Thark. Let's put the baby back, you stupid idiot. And at that point, Thark just like turns around and he goes back in the room with Chassie and says, Chassie, come on, let's go put this baby back. Fucking my brother's being dumb. Crazy dumb. I've never heard him be this dumb before. I almost want to tell Dad. And then here's behind him. Bark said, you're not going to tell anybody. And Thark feels the point of a sword in his back. And he goes, oh, Bark, are you going to stab me with a sword? And Bark's like, I'm going to do whatever I got to do. Okay? You're not telling shit to anybody. And Thark's like, fine, I won't tell anybody. But Chastity here knows. She knows, and I know. We're going to talk to each other about it. And we're going to hold you in contempt as a consequence. Bark's like, that's fine. I don't care what you think about me. As long as you don't tell anybody, all right? And Thark's like, fine, we won't tell anybody. But shit, dude. I mean, seriously, you need to rethink your path. You are on the wrong path, brother. You are on the wrong path. And Barks sees his sword at that moment. He goes, you're so naive. And then Thark and Chastity going to put the baby back. Well, what happened when they get into the room? Who's waking at the same time? The wet nurse. And she's like, what are you doing with the baby? And he's like, well, I wanted to make sure that her she chimes in and she says, he needed to see that my breasts were going to be adequate. I asked him if I could test my own breasts with this baby because I'm thinking about maybe getting pregnant, and I'm afraid if I do, and then the baby doesn't like my breasts, then it'll starve to death. So I wanted to test to make sure that babies were willing to suck on my breasts before I decided whether or not to get pregnant. And then Thark's like, yes, that's what happened there. And the wet nurse said, oh, that's okay. Well, babies really, when they come out, they don't really care which titty they suck on. It's like they've got milk coming out of it. And she said, oh, well, that's the problem here, I guess, is mine don't have any milk coming out of them. So I guess I'm fine then. Thank you for letting us test it. Yes, thank you, said Thark. Let's go now, Chastity. And they left the room. And so then Thark said, hey, now let me go show you that sheet. She said, listen, I gotta get back to work now, dude. We have been doing this for a while, and it's taking quite a while, and I'm sure the Chamberlain's gonna get pretty angry at me being away from work. He's like, no, don't go back to work yet. Don't go back to work yet. Here, hold on. He's like, I got something else to show you. Not even in my room. Come on, you'll see. She's like, well, okay. She's a little skeptical at this point. She's like, the mood's past. I'm not in the mood to get down anymore. And this guy still wants to poke me, but I really need to get back to work. We can resume this thing tomorrow, and he's gonna try to get on it right now. It's not cool. And she goes, well, then he goes outside. He's like, come then, come to the garden here. And she follows him out there, and he says, look. And he points something on the ground. Here, you pick it up. And she bends over to pick up the pipe, and he's looking right at it, just waiting to see just the nip just almost ready to pop out of there. But he still can't quite see it. She's got those things locked on there, like nip army, defense army. And anyway, what is it? It's a pipe, and it's filled with chronic. And she's like, oh my gosh, this is so 1990s. I love it. And, they both spoke wool. And she's like, okay, well, you know what? Now I do want to see your sheath. And so they go to the bedroom, and he's like, well, here's the sheath. And he takes it out of the closet, and it's got lots of little doodads on it. She says, no, I want to see your other sheath. And then from the skies above, they hear the sound. Bunka chicka wow wow, bunka wow wow, bunka chicka wow wow, bunka wow. And he said, you know what? Let me get you out of those wet things, baby, and into a dry martini. And he unlaces her bodice, which is that kind of shirt. I remember the name of it now. From before that I was talking about, that kind of brown and white shirt with the laces on it. Called the bodice. And he unlaces it, and it's just like kaboom, just boom, big old titties. And he's just like, oh my God, will you look at those things? And she's like, yeah, I know, I got some big old titties, don't I? And he's like, yeah, you do. And he just starts, he says, the problem is these things can often get out of alignment. And she's like, really? Yeah. He's like, yeah, it could be causing you serious problems. So let me check. To make sure they're aligned. I'm a professional at this. And he starts squeezing on her boobs. And she's like, ew, yeah, oh yeah. And then he's like, take out your clothes, baby, take off your pants now. And she's like, okay, she took off her pants. And then he's like, yeah, I'm gonna hump. And then he climbs on the back of her and starts humping away. And she's like, ew, ew, ew. And he's like, And she's like, ew, ew. And he's like, oh, yeah, baby. She's like, oh, hard. Oh, yeah, you're getting me so hard. Oh, my God. Wow, that's amazing. And he's like, yeah, it is. Oh, my God, I love this. It's fantastic. And, more. And then they hear all of a sudden, ahem. And they go, and they turn, and who's standing there? But it's Good King Regibald. And he says, what are you doing to the scholar he made? Thark. And he's like, she has something stuck up there, and I was trying to fish it out, and my finger wasn't long enough. And Regibald, are you telling me the truth? Are you? And Chastity says, yes, he's definitely telling me the truth. He is. My breasts were out of alignment, and he helped me with them. And then I dropped a penny. A shilling. A farthing. I dropped a farthing in my vagina. And he was nice enough to fetch it out he tried to use his finger, but it wasn't long enough, like he says. And I asked him to put a piece of gum on the end of his penis and try to get it that way. The king said, well, all right then. I guess that makes sense. And then he left. And then Chastity and Thark had a good laugh about it. And then Thark finished fucking Chastity, and she was chaste no longer. The end. Did you enjoy that story? Did anybody enjoy that story? This is awful. Bacon, what do you mean that's awful? That was such a good story. How can you say that was awful? Kitty left me and went back to the chair. So did you wash the dishes? That's the real question, right? Oh, what was the part of that story that was making me laugh? When Thark tried to give Bark some graham crackers and cottage cheese. What was the moral of the story? Don't launch a kidnapping plot for your younger brother, I guess. I don't know. No farting in the vagina. A farthing. A farthing. It's a coin, okay? Is there something very moral about that story? There is something very, very moral about it. Namely, Chastity gets banged. What could be more moral than that? Thark gets laid, Chastity gets banged, and Bark has his evil plot thwarted. It's a happy ending all around. And the king, good King Reshipol, is satisfied with Thark and Thark and Chastity's excuse. It's pretty good. I was impressed they were able to come up with that excuse on the fly. Yes, I dropped a farthing. I dropped a farthing into my vagina and I needed to get it out. It's way up there next to the cervix. I'd believe that. That's believable. That's a believable story. That was such a good story. I really feel like I know Bark and Thark and Good King Regibald. Like I really have gotten familiar with these characters in the telling of that story. Bark is such an asshole, is the thing. Whereas Thark is such a good guy. Jurgen, who knows how Jurgen's going to turn out? Maybe a future story will tell the story of Jurgen when he gets older. You know, the story of Bark and Thark is one of the few tales in the canon of English literature. It's one of the few tales in the canon. That's Thark. Sandy, it's an excellent question. is a very important scene that sometimes confuses some readers. The graham cracker is a metaphor for a saltine, okay? And cottage cheese is a metaphor for brotherly love. Now does it make sense? Yeah, I don't know. I'm in a giggly mood all of a sudden. Finding that story made me happy. It's like without all the sex parts, obviously, but that's how I'd make up stories when Delilah was a kid. I just start rolling on a story. When she was in bed, I'd lie there next to her and I'd say, "Once upon a time, there was a kingdom, blah, 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 blah." I just start adding random details, and then she'd fall asleep and I'd get up, you know? Yeah, I'm glad he did too. I wasn't going to blue ball him. I was not going to blue ball Thark after he got twice hit in the arm and told he was funny. That's just guaranteed, like, you know. It was pretty relaxing, huh? It totally changed my mood, actually. Made me feel like happy to be lying here in bed. Yeah, so I guess maybe I'll tell another brief bedtime story and then I'll go to sleep probably. I'm not sure. We'll find out. So this bedtime story is called Jason and the Argonauts. You may be familiar with it from such mythologies as Greek mythology. So now keep in mind, this is my interpretation of Jason and the Argonauts, so it may not follow the storyline exactly. So once upon a time, there were a bunch of Greeks, and they were living in Athens, I think. And they were hanging out there, and they said, "Hey, I'm an Athenian, you're an Athenian, high five." And they high fived. And pretty soon, they were all hanging out in the assembly, which was like a totally pure democracy. And they say, "You know what? I've got a passionate speech in me. I'm going to make it right now. Those darn Trojans over there are pissing me off. I want us Athenians to go get them. I want us to attack them. They're in Troy. They're across the sea over there somewhere. We're going to get in our boats. We're going to sail over there. I got a sword. You got a sword. I got a shield. You got a shield. You got a bow and arrow. We're going to go shoot them. We're going to stab them, whatever we got to do. And we're going to plunder their city. And we're going to take all their stuff. And I'm Jason. And you guys can all be my Argonauts." They said, "Yay, let's do it." So they all got on their boats and they said goodbye to their wives. They said, "We'll see you in a little while. We're going to go conquer Troy across the ocean." Well, what happens? They get in their boat and they're sailing along. And all of a sudden they hear some singing. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff. And a lot of the guys on the boat start going to sleep. But some of the guys on the boat, instead of going to sleep, become highly aroused. They say, "Quick, sail the boat over to that sound." And they get there. There's a mermaid siren lady. And the siren lady, she's singing the Jigglypuff song. And she goes, "Oh shit, wrong song." And she starts singing, "Oh la la, look at me, I'm so hot, come and see, ooh la la." And all the Argonauts now wake up. And they start looking at her and they're like, "Oh yeah, we want some of this for sure. We're mesmerized by her magical singing spell." And she says, "Well, come along, follow me over here to this island." And she jumps in the water, starts swimming to the island. They row the boat over there, and they park it on the sand there on the island. They park their boat. They get off the boat. They go onto the island, and what do they see? There's a bunch of statues everywhere. And they're like, "Hey, Siren, And they turn around and she's like, yeah, did you carve all these statues? You did a really good job. Look, they're very lifelike. Like this guy looks like he's terrified and about to swing a sword, only he's been frozen into stone in mid-swing. Very lifelike. You can only almost imagine these were once real people who were turned into stone by some evil creature who lives here. And she says, oh, that's crazy talk. I gotta go. I gotta lure more sailors to their death. And Jason's like, what did you say? She says, no, never mind. Well, I'll see you guys later. And suddenly everyone's like, wait, get her. I want to hump her. But she slithered off into the ocean again, and she was nowhere to be seen. I'm like, damn, that singing made me so horny. But now I feel better, actually, that she's gone. I feel like we're returning to normal. And Jason says, well, do you guys all eat your saltpeter this morning? Because you're supposed to be eating saltpeter. And he's like, no, we decided that we didn't want to eat it anymore. We're Greeks, remember, we can hump each other. And Jason's like, oh, yeah, that's right. We're Greeks. I forgot. Okay, well, let's go ahead and explore this island then. Since we're here, we could collect these statues and we could sell them on the stolen art black market. And the Argonauts like, yeah, that's a good idea. They're kind of heavy. We can put a few on the boat, probably. So they start exploring the island, looking for the best statues to take onto the boat. Well, lo and behold, one of the guys, whose name is Herculon, he's named after Hercules, unrelated, of course. He's right in front of Jason, and all of a sudden he turns to stone. And Jason's like, wait a second. Weren't you alive a second ago? And then he catches a brief glance of a lady who's turned around, though, at this moment. She heard a stick break behind her. And he sees the back of her head, and it's writhing with snakes. He's like, oh, shit, this is the legendary Medusa we've heard so much about from before. And one of the Argonauts says, I don't remember us ever hearing about this lady before. And the other Argonaut says, no, we did. We heard a rumor about it in the pub that one time. We talked to Jason, and he said it was all bullshit. Okay, I was wrong. Everybody retreat. Go back to the shore. All right, so they all ran back. And they're like, okay, what are we going to do about this snake-haired lady? Medusa, it's called, I said. And, okay, all right, Medusa, what are we going to do about it? And they said, I've got an idea. Let's use a mirror. And so Jason's like, well, we don't have any mirrors. And this one guy was like, actually, I have a mirror. I like to, keep my eyebrows well plucked. I carry this along with me. And he hands it to Jason. And sure enough, it's a perfectly good mirror. It's small. It's about the size of the palm of his hand. But Jason thinks he can do enough with it. And so he says, okay, listen. What we're going to do, we've got a plan here. We're going to play cover each other's eyes in a pyramid. So I'm going to go first. Now, slightly behind me, the other side, is going to be one guy, one Argonaut. Each of you is going to cover one of my eyes. Then repeat, slightly behind each of them, to the side a little bit, another Argonaut. Each of you cover one of the eyes of the people in front of you. So none of us can see anything, okay? Now, I'll start walking forward. We'll all go forward with a giant arrow like this. And then when I get to the Medusa, when I get to Medusa, I'll show her the mirror. And, one of the Argonauts says, but Jason, why don't you just close your eyes? And Jason's like, listen, I can't rely on myself to keep my eyes closed. I might get tempted to look. If I need somebody to cover my eyes. But if they're covering my eyes, they're at risk. They might look at the Medusa. So what do we need? We need somebody to cover their eyes, and so forth. So that's why we're doing it this way. And the Argonauts grumbled and mumbled about it, but finally they were cajoled into it by Jason's force of will and authority. And he said, okay, let's move. And they make a big arrow. They slowly start sort of moving towards Medusa like a giant flock of geese on the land. Meanwhile, Medusa's looking at this and shaking her head going, what the hell are they doing? So she slowly starts to approach her. She picks up a rock and throws it and hits it. Hits one of the guys towards the back of the arrow shape. And he's like, huh? And lifts his hand off the guy in front of his eye, who sees her writhing snake head and turns immediately to stone. And the guy who just took his hands off the other person's eyes, he bumps into the stone thing because his eye is still covered. And he's like, holy shit, preach, preach, preach. Move, move, move. Everybody shouts. And they all start running around in random directions with their eyes closed. Meanwhile, Jason's holding the mirror, pointing in all random directions, hoping that he'll catch the Medusa with it. So, eventually, after a fair amount of chaos, running around in circles, Jason says, he has a great idea. He's like, hold on, everybody stop! Stop! You're bumping into me! You keep bumping into me! You're jostling me! Everyone stops moving and kind of grumbles like, I got jostled too! Me too! Everyone's jostling me too! And Jason says, hold on! Listen! Look down at the ground. Open your eyes. Just keep your eyes on the ground, okay? Everybody else be still. I'm going to start walking. When I pass you, if I pass you, fall in line behind me. If I don't pass you, you wait until you barely hear me anymore and you start following the sound of it, okay? We're going to look at the ground. We're going to walk back to the beach, okay? And so everyone's like, okay, all right. They all over there look at the ground. And then Jason starts walking and starts falling in behind him. And then all of a sudden, you hear this, boo! And, several of the people look, and of course it's Medusa, and they turn down. And then, one of them, right before he turns down, screams, breach! And then somebody else, of course, because they've practiced for this, screams, move, move, move! And they're all of them start running around circles again. So finally, Jason's like, stop! Stop! We're doing this so dumb. Look, now everybody stop. Listen to me. No matter what you hear, no matter how many rocks hit you, do not open your eyes. You're going to get turned to stone like the other guys did. Bob got turned to stone. He was the guy I used to play cards with. Who am I going to play cards with now? Everyone's like grumbling. And nobody wants to play cards with Jason. He's got a bad attitude. He's a sore loser when it comes to playing cards. He only likes to play Cove Fish anyway. But he's very intense about it. He's all like, now listen. We've already lost too many people. We're going to attack Troy still. We're stuck here on this island. And this lady is turning us to stone. It's not cool. And Medusa says, well, you guys shouldn't have come onto my island then. And she's like, you shut up, lady. Okay? We've had enough trouble from you already. You shut up and go away. I'm tired of this. This is so dumb. What is your purpose here? Why are you turning everybody to stone? What do you do with all these stone people? She's like, it's not my purpose. I don't want to turn people to stone. I want to be beautiful and loved by a loving lover man. But every time I look at them, they look at me, they turn into statues. Boo, boo. And she's like, okay, hold on. Hey, Steve, come here for a second. Yeah, let me just get this stick here, like this. Okay, good. Let's see. You just blinded me. I know. I want to introduce your new wife, Medusa. You and she are going to get along so great. Wait a second. Ow, God damn it. Jason, you are not. Oh, no. This is so unfair. You blind me and you leave me with Medusa? Hey, listen. I'm a nice lady. You're going to be perfectly happy here. Being blinded is not so bad. I suck a mean dick. All of my snakes do too. Really? Your snakes do too, huh? Yeah, snakes can open their jaw all the way. Molly, okay. Plus, anytime you want a special meal or something, I got a storehouse of food here. I got some wheat. I got some beef jerky. I got fish from the ocean. We got those siren ladies. They're basically like our servants. They bring us people to turn to stone. Okay, listen, I want to talk about this whole turn to stone thing. I'm going to be married to you. First of all, can we get some sort of bandages for my eyes? They're seeping, they're bleeding. It's very painful. Nobody seems to care. Did you even wash that stick off before you blound me with it, Jason? All right, well, you guys have a nice time. You guys look like you're a wonderful couple. You're going to be very happy together. We got to go. Medusa, nice meeting you. Please don't look at any of us on the way out. Just turn around, please. Thank you very much. Okay, goodbye. They all got back on the boat, except for Steve, of course, who was now Mr. Steve Medusa. Later on, Steve, Mrs. Medusa, and the Medusa children all went back to Athens and burnt Jason's house to the ground. The end. All right. Well, that was a pretty good story. And you learned a little bit about Greek mythology at the same time. So if you were studying that at school, now you don't have to read the book. You just listen to that and I'll tell you what happens in it. It's basically a story about Jason being a douchebag. All right. I guess it's time for me to go to bed now. Good night, everybody. Gluten Tog. That's a great joke. Winston's mom. I'm loving it. Good night, friends. Love you.